How we doing, boys and girls? Welcome, welcome. Good morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Hope you all had a good weekend. Let's turn the tunes down a little bit. Hope you all had a good weekend. We are back to our regular schedule, at least to some degree. What's this? Crafted gear with item level 87 sells for more than item level 117 and 151. It's all about like, it's what people want. People don't want item levels of 117. They don't want gear of item level 151. It's not worth anything to them. This is still too loud. There we go. The item level that is actually useful and there is demand for is going to be when they ding level 50 and they've got like item level 50 gear, like some trash gear. They go to the auction house, they look at the price of uncanny gear because they remember, oh yeah, uncanny gear came from BFA, maybe I can buy some of that cheap. And they see uncanny gear selling for like 3,000-4,000 gold. And then they see this item level 87 gear that's like for like 700 gold. Well, I think I'll buy that one then. Easy game. Finally got some vacation and don't need to sit here during working hours. You're telling me that you sit watching my stream during work? Hey, that's clever. I like that. Not advisable, but it's clever. I like it. After watching Manthieus' streams, I got 3.5 million gold and a doggo. A Labrador? You got yourself a Labrador? That's cool. Which colour? Which colour? Black, brown or blonde? Is there any other colour Labradors? Probably not. Been selling the Masterful and the Quick blue rings as well. Goldenish blonde one. Ah, cool, nice. Love me a Labrador. My dogs, their best friend, one of their best friend, or two of their best friends are Labradors. Morning, Smitty. Welcome. Good morning. How we doing? So yes, it's Monday. There's only one thing we do first thing on a Monday morning, is we check out the weekly economy wrap up. There's no reason to not do this. We do this each and every week. Sleeping under my chair all the time. Dogs love your feet. They love sleeping on your feet. I have no idea why, but they love sleeping on your feet. I'm always only half here. Hey, half here is better than not here. I appreciate half here. So let's dive straight into it. Let's not mess about this morning. Let's look at what we've got going regarding Samadan's weekly economy wrap up. This is number 161. He's been doing this for a fair while now. Looking forward to seeing the factory evolve. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. We're gonna cover our bases first and foremost, and then we'll get back into Factorio later on today. Bought him a nice bed, but now he prefers to sleep on your feet. Dogs do. Dogs love feet. Don't know why. Right, so this is put out each and every week. It's put out by Samadan. You guys should all know Samadan by now, especially my coffee club members will be very aware of him. I'd be pretty sure of that one. He streams on Twitch. He also has his YouTube channel, so make sure you go check out his channel. Now, table of contents for today's. There's 21 billion gold per day, making crafting profitable part 4. What next for legendaries in patch 9.1? Hey, that sounds like the title of a video I might have done recently. Speedy Warriors, and then some further reading. So let's dive straight into the first thing. Gumdrops tweeted this out the other day, and it's interesting to see. 21 billion gold per... I don't know how they can... I'm going to admit, I didn't watch the video. But I would like to see how they could quantify this number. But 21 billion gold moves through WoW each day. Now, when it says moves, that's not, you got to be careful. That's not 21 billion gold is made every day. This is literally the transaction, like gold moving from one player to another player on a daily basis is 21 billion, which is crazy. But there is a lot of servers, there's a lot of players. This is also taking into consideration Classic, but on a relative scale, the gold is just like not even close. Correlating to 100 million plus events. So this is the thing, different events, like somebody buys something off the auction house, somebody trades something directly through trade, or somebody sends somebody a mail. Now there's probably a lot of fluff in this. It's probably nowhere even close to this, but the interesting thing I took from this was that how Classic differs so dramatically to retail. And this got me thinking about retail in terms of, well, you can see in Classic, this is not Method the Guild, by the way. The fact that the M is capitalised is just because it's a title. The fact that in the Classic version of the game, trading actually accounts for 57% of everything. The auction house is so very rarely used for most things. It's a direct trade. You're buying something directly from somebody else, which I thought this was abnormally high. Now I understand why Classic has more emphasis on this, but especially now that you have TSM that works for Classic, the fundamentals of it are very similar to retail. I was surprised to see that over half was done by direct trades. Now, I'm the skeptical person in me thinks that this might be a bit dodgy somewhere, with the amount of the gold making side of Classic WoW is a bit sketchy at the best of times. In terms of like gold selling and botting and all sorts of horribleness. So there's some weird. This is a bit weird, but as you can see here, 76% of all of the transactions in retail are through the auction house. That is how dominant the auction house is compared to things being sent via the mail, or should I state gold being sent through the mail. This portion, this whatever this is, what does it look like? It looks like maybe that's 25%. This is probably 10%. Probably 10% of the items are being sent via mail, or the gold is being sent via mail. This is probably goblins transferring gold from one character to another. But more importantly, this is probably the boosting community paying out all of the boosts. The trade is going to be by people transferring the gold from one player to another to pay for that boost, and then the mail side of the mailing of that gold is the boost leader, should we say, then distributing the gold out to all of the people involved in the boost itself. So it's interesting to see that nearly 25% of the gold that moves through World of Warcraft retail version every day is probably, I mean, out of this 25%, I'd say a good 20% of it is accounted to boosting, which is crazy. The auction house cut is too much with the little amount of gold in Classic. Oh no, it's still percentage based, right? It's still 5%. It's just a percentage. A percentage is dynamic. Unless it's not, but that's what I always believed it to be. Enchants are by far the biggest market in Classic because of no vellums. Well, that's true. That's true, actually. The fact that you have to do direct trade to account for enchants. So yeah, you're probably right there. That's probably a big part of it. But often it's not going to be gold that's being transferred. You're going to be giving items to your enchanter and maybe a small amount of gold as like a tip. But the core cost of it, you're going to be giving the items, I would imagine, unless you are just paying for that enchant, and then the enchanter itself is supplying the materials. Who knows? But So this actually, to come back to this was just a screenshot from a Spelunk conference. Don't know what the hell this is. But it was given by a dude called Sean, who is a senior security engineer at Blizzard. So he's kind of he's I don't know where he's got the numbers from exactly, but the fact he works for the company, he's probably got access to at least information that's relatively close to reality. It'll be interesting to see. Some other people quizzing then, since I don't play Classic, can somebody explain why trade is a larger chunk of the transactions than in retail? I think enchants is definitely going to be one part of that for sure. The vast majority of gold transactions in WoW Classic occur probably because of this order. Enchants primarily was number one, XP boosting, gambling. It's always I've always found it weird how prevalent gambling is in Classic. What was it, like death rolls or something? I think it's just crazy. Tips to mages for ports, tips to warlocks for summons, buying water off a mage, getting rogues to open lock boxes. DMT buffs? Dark Moon Trinket buffs? Is that what that is? And GDKP. Is GDKP still a thing in Classic? Okay. GDKP being the, what's it? Something dungeon kill points or something? Gold dungeon kill points, or I can't remember exactly what GDKP stands for, but it's a system that guilds used back in the day to distribute loot fairly. You could build up your GDKP points, and then when an item drops from a boss, you can spend your GDKP points, and it becomes a bit like an auction. Whoever spends more of their GDKP points, the guy that spends the most points gets the item, kind of thing. Oh, okay. I was thinking of what was I thinking of? Not enough coffee. Yeah, you're right. Actually, everybody bids gold on it, and then you split the gold at the end. Yeah. Yeah, that's regular DKP. Gold DKP. Instead of accumulating points, you do it with gold. Yes, there we go. I knew that. That's why I couldn't work out what the G stood for. But regular DKP is dragon kill points. Now, back in the day, you could gain dragon kill points or DKP by doing many things in the guild. Each guild would have like a scoring system. If you turn up on time, if you kill the boss, if you help an hour's worth of farming for the guild, there was many like criteria or things that you could do to earn DKP each week. So you make so little gold that the auction house cut is quite a lot over a long period. I almost never sold on the auction house during Wrath. I'm confused because 5% is 5%, whether it be of 5 gold or of 100 gold. It's still only 5%. You're still left with 95% of the sale cost. So it doesn't matter if you only sell something for 100 gold, you get 95 gold. If you sell something for 1,000,000 gold, you get 950,000 gold. The 5% is 5%, unless it's 5% in retail is like 1 quest reward. 5% is like 5 quests in Classic. You just got to sell stuff. You just got to sell stuff for more, then, right? I mean, linking it all back to quest rewards is bonkers, though. But okay, I kind of maybe see your point, but either way. Somebody's quoting, I watched the whole talk, but I'm not going to pretend I understood the whole thing. But it was really interesting, and the speaker had a lot of background playing WoW, and is clearly enthusiastic and informed. Well, like I said, he works for Blizzard, so you would kind of hope so. If you skip a lot of the security and data stuff, skip to the 24-minute mark, he has an interesting section about the price of items, when they're required for progression, peak selling times, and a super interesting visualization of how to catch gold sellers through large purchases. Huh, okay. Maybe we might have to watch that little video then. Oh, it's not even on a YouTube thing, it's just a...
Steve?
So skip to the 24-minute mark? Is that where somebody said? Blah, 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 blah. 22. 23 and a bit. 24-minute mark. Let's kill the tunes and let's watch this for a second. Let's see if we can...
Table too frequently, you run into the risk of the newly replicated data bundle being pushed to the indexers before the previous bundle has finished deploying. So now your entire indexing cluster is in a perpetual catch-up state, and that's a state I definitely don't relish. Additionally, you can turn off replication for these. So
right, I officially have no idea what this dude is talking about. That's absolutely a case. YouTube didn't even show me your live fucking algorithm. Well, yeah, there is a... It's mainly because I streamed Factorio all last week, and I screwed my own algorithm. It means that my stream is not going to be shown to hardly any of my viewer base for the next few days. Stupid algorithm. That's why you should. That's why you should have notifications on Twitter or something. YouTube notifications are terrible.
Whether it's the WoW item DB or it's the item value DB, these are regularly pulled from the source of records anyway, or created from the data itself. So we don't need to replicate those. We'll leave those on the search heads itself. And the last lesson learned here...
I'm not about lessons learned.
I built early
in
the process to justify the time I spent on this project.
Hey?
I built the dashboard where you can track an item's value on your realm, and through the power of predict, get a fairly accurate estimate for the future growth of that item, along with the current value and the current statistics for that item. It's important to note here that there are a number of third-party services and websites that perform similar functions. However, the primary difference between these third-party websites and this data here is that this data is 100% of the auctions sold. So where other services may be predicting or evaluating what they believe has...
Oh, okay. He's talking about TSM there. This is based on... Because Blizzard themselves, obviously, get to track exactly what the items sell for. They see the sales, whereas things like Tradeschool Master that put together... Tradeschool Master tries to estimate things like sale rate based on how many auctions are posted and how many auctions then are... It looks at the difference between the quantity of auctions on the auction house at a given point, and then after a certain time frame it takes those numbers again and looks at the comparison between them, and it has the ability to at least somewhat... TSM tracks maybe an auction expired or maybe an auction sold. It can sort of differentiate the difference between that. But TSM, when it tells you things like sell rate, it's still guessing because it doesn't actually have the data. It's using multiple data points to come to an educated conclusion. This dude is saying that at Blizzard's back end they could create a system where it was based solely on the actual sales data. So it's going to be way more accurate, but they're never going to release this. So
sold. This is concrete information. And in this last panel at the bottom, you notice that there's an outlier there. So what was really great about this dashboard to really proof of concept and provide value is being able to use this as a primer for tracking in-game fraud through real money transactions. In this case,
Hey?
some users will use commodity items like frostweave cloth in this instance. And where the normal value is around 1 gold, they'll put up 100 auctions for 100 gold, well above the normal value and many standard deviations away from normal. And this
then it sells.
Stands out as an outlier. So we can then go and track these accounts
cheeky
and find where the money is being transferred to.
Okay, so that was in essence that. So when you look on the auction house and you see like really weird pricing for certain items, that's often how or at least in Blizzard's eyes, that appears to how they are, how gold sellers are transferring their gold. Rather than doing a direct one-to-one trade, they're probably talking to each other in Discord, which is totally separate and untrackable by Blizzard. And they're just saying, I'm going to list X amount of this on the auction house, you're going to buy it from me. And they take into account the auction house cut. So it creates a legitimate transaction, but it is in essence a real money trade. That's quite clever. Yeah, they really don't care about auction house trends and such. They're just doing it to catch fraud. Yeah, this is probably why they'll never make this sort of data public. For the fact that they don't want people to be able to analyse the economy in that level of detail. They just are look how happy he is. I know he's chuffed with himself. They're just putting together those details to be able to track and capture. Because, yeah, somebody might accidentally buy 100 frostweave for 100 gold a piece on a misclick. But if they then track if they put a tracker on that character and see or that account, should we say, and then see what else that account is doing, see it basically, it's a red flag, isn't it? That it sends that, hey, look at me, and then they can look into it in more detail, I suppose. It's a first you're never going to get banned for something like that, but it's a first indicator that something's not kind of normal.
In WoW Classic, recently, we had a major patch where an event came to life called the Opening of the Gates of Encourage. In this event, for those that are unfamiliar with it, you have to go and collect these silithid carapace fragments and then turn them in for reputation for your character to be able to progress yourself in the storyline.
Okay.
In this chart here, you can see that the value of gold and the volume was pretty reasonable throughout this entire process. And the most interesting takeaway is,
what's that blue wiggly line?
Regardless of the region, the value and the markets normalized at the same rate for the duration of the event, regardless of the volume of carapaces sold on the auction house.
Right. Hang on.
One of my newest favorites.
Hang on. Let's go back to that. I don't get what you was talking about. Hang on. Maybe I'm just being dumb. So the carapace fragments sold in the auction house, on the auction house per region. Okay, so these are just the different regions. It doesn't matter. Obviously, the Chinese version of the client and the game is totally different, so that's probably why this line is all wiggly. Because I guess they can just, I don't know what the case is, but it doesn't matter how many of the fragments there were, the price started off really high and it came down, nearly regardless to how. Okay, so that's an indication of where supply and demand doesn't really play true, because it didn't matter how many. The value in gold of them was super high to begin with because they were new and rare, and then it didn't matter how many of them were flooded into the market, the price still came down for them. This is a this same thing tends to happen with BOE epics, for example. When they're brand new, BOE epics, they're super high in value, but the quantity of them just continues to go up the supply continues to go up. But regardless to how much it goes up, the price of it comes down as well. There's another nice graph later on that shows accounts that deal with such bizarre trades. Oh, okay, cool. We'll get to that. There's only 3 or 4 minutes left of this presentation.
Regardless of the volume of carapaces sold on the auction house.
He is chuffed with himself, though, isn't he, this dude?
One of my newest favorite visualizations in Splunk is the punch card viz, which is created by Splunk and available on Splunk Base. And here you...
For reference, what the hell is Splunk? Can somebody quickly tell me what Splunk is? Because it sounds weird, and I don't know what it is. Just been wondering why it took them so long. Took them so long to do what? It's a tool for data manipulation. Oh, okay. It is deadly boring then. Okay, sure.
You can see the average volume of auctions sold for both EU and NA regions. The data is in UTC, but you can see by hour and by day how much volume is being sold. So you can kind of strategize yourself a little bit better on how to maximize the items that you're putting onto the auction house to sell.
Well, this is what we've all, oh goddamn, go back a bit. This is what we've always said, isn't it? That, like, I mean, we'll go by the EU because, you know, that's where I am. That your peak times, I've always thought that, yeah, from about 3 o'clock in the afternoon onwards, things start to see 3 till 8. Weirdly, actually, it says that at midnight EU time, there's very little things happening. I always find a surge of sales at around 11 p.m. But that's my local time. I'm GMT +2, so it's a bit different to this. But yeah, that sort of states that the main time in the day, people are at work, people are at school, they get off work, they get off school, they start playing the game. The interesting one, as you can see, Saturday. Saturday is just a big in-demand day, all day. Because, you know, people have the ability to play it right from 7 o'clock in the morning all the way through on a Saturday. It's just, yeah, let's go, auction house wise. Weirdly, you look at Wednesday. Wednesday doesn't seem to track. Actually, the volume of sales appears to be... Now, of course, this isn't looking at one specific market. This is the auction house as a whole. But actually, for us goblins, Wednesday is always a big day because it's reset day in the EU. But if you look at it based here, Tuesday and Thursday actually have greater volume of sales. That's probably because people are buying stuff on Tuesday to try and sell it for more on a Wednesday. And then people are buying materials to restock whatever sold on Wednesday on Thursday. So where you may sell one item, but a high value, on a Wednesday, you're buying lots of items to make that item on a Tuesday, and then you're buying lots of items again to make that item, to remake that item if it sells. So both Tuesday and Thursday appear to be much better days to sell materials, I would assume, but your actual core final crafted items are going to sell best on a Wednesday. And then, of course, just sell everything all day on a Saturday. Now, I would imagine the NA is... This is all shifted across for the fact that it's based on one time zone. It's not based on local times. It's based on some other times. But the same pattern seems to be true. That Tuesday... Sorry, yeah. Oh, hang on. Monday's all the way down here. That doesn't... Why would you start the week on the Tuesday? That makes no sense, but okay, sure. I noticed that midnight peak as well. May not be a surge in sales, but possibly a drop in competition. Well, I suppose that's possible. That's possible. But I always know at about 11 o'clock midnight, my local time, which, let's say UK time, that would be 10 o'clock in the evening. I see a huge spike in sales at that point, virtually every day. But maybe it is that people are just logging off and my cancel scans are no longer necessary. But let's go to the next slide.
House to sell. And
how do people think that visualizations like this actually benefit anybody? How does looking at this help you? Like, that just looks like I've kind of looked up into the sky at night. That's not information presented nicely. Also, people come out of raid and have more time when they come back from work, so they get ready for the next one. Yeah, that's probably true, yeah.
my favorite visualizations. It's called the Force Directed Viz, and it's also provided by Splunk via Splunk Base. And I wanted to visualize the relationships between buyers and sellers in this case. And in the middle of the green cluster there, you'll see a data point named ID 4954.
This one.
This data point is particular because it shows that one account has purchased items significantly higher than what you would consider normal, just like that outlier we saw a couple slides ago.
How? How does it show that?
That 4954 has purchased from 10 separate accounts above those thresholds. Not the thresholds you see there, those are examples, but they've purchased items that follow the criteria of being suspicious. And then on top of that, those 10 accounts, some of those further purchased items from additional accounts.
Oh, so they're trying to say that this dude here is probably a gold seller because all of these other accounts around it are listing items at extraordinary, like ridiculously high prices that regular Joe would not pay, yet this one dude seems to be buying all of them, which is how they transfer, that's how they transfer gold through the auction house, whilst actually it's a real money transaction in the background. From the query on the left, it sets some thresholds. That account is buying overvalued stuff. So they generate some, let's just call them price sources for the purpose of my brain. So when the gold that comes from the auction house is greater than the average maximum price of the auction multiplied by 2. So yeah, somebody paying not just top price but like over double for something unnecessarily. Okay. That's exactly how the third-party sellers do it. They just buy people's auctions, so it's not done by trade. Then it's done through the auction house, which legitimizes it and makes it more difficult to track, I imagine. But obviously not if you're Blizzard. I've also noticed about 12 AM GMT my BOE flips are more common, probably because the item they wanted didn't drop from the Saturday raid. Well, that's true. If there may just be some people that are looking for that. Let's say, for example, they really want that. They've got a trash pair of legs and they need a good pair of legs. They go through the raid, legs don't drop for them. They don't want to wait another week for another chance at getting a good replacement for their trash legs. So they just go to the auction house and buy the BOE. That's probably the case, yeah. It's at least an example that's feasible. 10 million gold for a tiger's eye? Yeah, probably. Auction house for gold laundry. Well, this is it. Like, if they can use the auction house, it legitimizes what they're doing, and because they just talk in Discord, probably, or via Twitter DMs or something that's completely separate from the game, Blizzard have to try and track it this way. So why did Blizzard take so long to figure that out? Well, it's not a case of just figuring it out. It's tracking it, because mistakes happen. You can't instantly if this dude hadn't bought off 10, wasn't buying. This is why they put this data together. So what we're really looking at is this small cluster here. I know it's going to be really small on your screens. But this one dude here has not just bought one overpriced item accidentally from somebody, which could be a mistake. He's consistently buying stupidly overpriced items, which means he's obviously trying to transfer gold to these people. These people are not necessarily in the clear, because these people are going to get their account flagged as well for buying gold, because it's not just against the TOS to sell gold; it's against the TOS to buy gold. So both these, not just the dude that's selling it, but also the people that are buying it, are also going to get their accounts flagged. And then Blizzard's probably not going to ban them instantly, but they'll watch them. They'll see what those accounts continue to do, and if there's anything else that indicates that this wasn't just a coincidence or a mistake, then they'll probably slap a ban on them. Blizzard probably have done this for years and years, but this is why it's wanna buy blacksmith hammer. Yeah, there we go. Blizzard don't ban people the second they see a problem. They ban in waves, and the reason they ban in waves is so it makes it harder for the people that are doing the illegitimate things to work out what it was that got them caught. Because when they know what it was that got them caught, they'll change their method of doing whatever it is they're doing to try and, you know, skirt the system again. So they've probably done it for a long time. Now they're just being a little bit more open to prevent people from trying it. Yeah, when it comes to tracking gold sellers or banning bots, it's just a game of cat and mouse for Blizzard. Like they catch on to something that these people have learned how to do. They stop them from doing that in some fashion, and outside of that, then when they realise what they got caught for, they do something else, and then Blizzard has to try and catch them again.
That were meeting the exact same criteria. So now instead of playing whack-a-mole with one account and then the next account, we can kind of take a step back, visualize these relationships, understand the entire network of gold selling within WoW, and then take swift action on the entire network at once.
I love how he says swift action. By swift action, it doesn't mean that they spot an error and they act on it quickly. It means they take swift action on 50 accounts in one go. Hence I said, like, they ban in waves. They won't just ban one person on one day. They'll ban 500 people on one day, and then they won't ban anybody again for a week, kind of thing.
This is the penultimate proof of concept for all of the methods that I've shared in this talk. How summarizing billions of events and monitoring activity across millions of accounts, hundreds of servers, and hundreds of thousands of items, you can really find those needles in a haystack. And for the last slide in the talk,
well, it's easy to find needles in a haystack if you're the one that's holding the magnet. Unless Blizzard have all of the actual data. All the data we see, like I said, is guesstimations for the most part. Blizzard have all of the data. They just need to go through it. You can find that needle if you happen to have a big magnet. Then you don't have to look very hard. The rest of us don't have that big magnet, though, so we just have to guess what's going on.
I want to highlight that these methods aren't just applicable to the WoW economy data or pseudo-financial data in WoW economy, but it's directly applicable to your data. If your data is SIM compliant, or if you're already using the Splunk SIM app on Splunkbase, you're already...
Okay, you've lost me now. That bit's going to get boring. See you later. Thanks, mate. Off we go. There we go. So that was actually quite cool. I'm glad I didn't watch that whole video, because I'd have probably died of boredom. But the bit that was specific to World of Warcraft was quite interesting. How they can actually, the fact that it's, if anything else, it's good to see that Blizzard are actually, you know, doing something. They get a lot of bad press for not banning bots quick enough, but that's usually, like I said, it's on the premise that people don't realise that Blizzard create a list of 50, 100, 1,000 accounts that are doing bad stuff, and then they'll ban them all in one go. Rather than just banning them every time they see them. Let's get some tunes back on the go. So that was quite interesting. Let's move on to the next bit of the WoW economy report. Then we've got making craftable profitable, part 4. Paul has been doing this on the subreddit. He's been going through how to use TSM effectively, and actually they've been really good reads. The difficulty is going through this from a you kind of need to have read parts 1, 2, and 3 first to fully understand all of this. But if you're new to TSM, I would still say that this is probably going to be more advanced. than just a basic stuff. I know my way around Trade Skill Master pretty well, and even a lot of this, even then it was difficult for me to follow a lot of this. But in this post, part 4, he goes over the minimum and maximum restock field and how you can sort of dynamically adjust that so that you don't necessarily, you can also then link to, say for example, the sale rate when it comes to quantifying how many items to restock with your professions, rather than just guessing. If you just guess, oh, I'll make I'll make 20 of these potions because I think 20 will sell. What you could actually do instead is then refer to the sale rate of that item, and you know, run some maths on it, and then come up with a number based on the sale rate that is sort of dynamic and will change over time. So if for whatever reason there's a spike in demand for these potions, you may then start crafting more of them to meet that demand based on sell rates. But of course, as we've just learned or just talked about, that things like sell rate for TSM is a number that is at best a guess, because the default API that things like Trade Skill Master uses to put all of its numbers together doesn't actually tell you what has sold. They can only see what is on the auction house and what's been listed on the auction house. So, but this is all, it goes into detail pretty heavily about minimum and maximum restocking, how alchemy is a pain in the ass to use TSM for. That's only based on the fact that you have things like Potion Master, Transmute Master, and Elixir Master. This only is really a thing for past content now. In Shadowlands, there's no procs, there's no tools of the trade, there's no Silas, there's nothing interesting. So for Shadowlands based alchemy, it's actually pretty easy, as there's no variables to take into consideration. But if you're still trying to sell previous potions and flasks, not that there's really that many, I think that would still be, I mean, your potion of treasure finding, for example, is probably going to sell, and you may want to do some maths on that one. But realistically, I can probably count on one hand the amount of potions and flasks or things from alchemy that you would look to craft from a past expansion. There's really not that much. But once again, this is an interesting read, but I recommend that you read the first 3 parts if you haven't already. But check it out, it's posted directly on Reddit. So the flasks that are then used for the Vial of the Sands, well, that's one thing. There's a couple of flasks there. There you are going to have to do a bit of maths, because yes, they are subject to, for example, my alchemist has the Vial of the Sands recipe, so when I craft flasks, I'm crafting them for my own use rather than crafting them to then sell them. But there's also the argument that if you're crafting and selling the Vial of the Sands, you should probably be crafting and selling the flasks as well, because you might as well be in both markets than just limit yourself to being only in one, if the materials are available, that is. But alright, next one. What's next for legendaries in patch 9.1? There's not really much point me going over this, because, well, this is just highlighting the video I put out last week. You guys have probably seen it. If you haven't already, check it out. I speculate a little bit about what I think might happen going forward with the legendary system. There's a few different options. Is the TLDW, too long didn't watch. There's a few different options. Basically, I feel that there's going to be a rank 5 and probably a rank 6. I don't feel that they'll release just one rank, and nor do I feel that I think they'll release 4 new ranks. And there's reasoning why. If you want my full detailed reasoning to why I think this, watch the video if you haven't already. But it also, I also go into how I think that Blizzard might introduce like a catch-up system. What will then happen to ranks 1 to 4 that we have currently? Like I said, it's all speculation until we get some actual information from Blizzard, but it's nice to see that Samadan, A, firstly watched it, and B, thought it was informative enough to highlight it in the weekly economy report. Tried it, but they don't sell that much. Are we talking about Vial of the Sands? Trust me, it's easily one of the best selling mounts of past expansions, and every time we go into a new expansion, less and less people have the recipe, because the recipe itself was, or is, to just to even get the recipe for Vial of the Sands is an absolute nightmare. And there's very, very small amount of people that actually have the ability to craft it. But anyway, let's move on to the next one. Speed Warriors. El Goblino has come up with a rather fun little guide for increasing the speed of your warrior to help with farming, particularly weapon transmogs, as warriors can use basically anything. Okay, that makes sense. I was very quickly wondering that why would you make a speed warrior? But of course, if you are after those weapon transmogs, that makes sense. Why farming old dungeons for mounts and transmogs? Why else farming for the gold? Why else supersonic racing? This is a link to a video. I don't know what it is. Preferable to farming with a druid? Probably not. Cooler than farming with a druid? Absolutely. Video for the guide. Very pretty and smart. Charismatic. Please watch. Oh, okay, sure. So, Legendary Leaper. Rune carving power. Heroic leap gains 2 additional charges. Oh, well, yeah, there we go. So you're gonna have to get your warrior a very specific legendary to basically give you 3 heroic leaps. Basically means you can just bounce around like a bunny, I imagine. I opened 9 jars and never got the mount. You're gonna hear something now that's gonna trigger a lot of people. When I was farming Vial of the Sands, 1 jar. Yep. First jar. Got it. Done. Never doing it again. I cashed in all of my streamer luck in one go. First jar. Done. Game over. Thank you very much. I know people that have opened like 30, 40, 50 jars and still not got it. Which is why my shaman, who is the alchemist that has it, is never, ever, ever dropping alchemy. Definitely not. Got it after 20-ish jars. I think 15 to 20 is about the average. I don't know what the drop rate is, but it would make sense if it's about a 5% drop chance that you'd need roughly 20 jars to open it. Still don't have it on my second realm, been farming that thing for years now. Yeah, exactly. This is why it still sells. Not only is the recipe to get the Vial of the Sands, I mean, I know we're trying to talk about Speed Warriors right here, but yeah. The recipe for Vial of the Sands is firstly such a pain in the ass to get hold of, and secondly, it's a 2-person flying mount. It's cool. Outside of what was the rocket thing? Was the rocket? Was it a trading card game mount? Was it a refer a friend mount? I can't remember. The rocket that's also a two player mount is the only other 2-player mount. I think somebody will correct me on that if I'm wrong. But simply the fact that it's a 2-player mount, it just instantly means that people will want it. They'll hear about it and they'll be like, oh yes, we'll have some of that. There's another refer a friend 2-player helicopter, I think. Oh, okay. There's probably a whole bunch of mounts I don't even know about nowadays in the game. Refer a friend had a griffin or something for 2 players. There's probably a couple of them, but my point here is that most of the other 2-player mounts are either not available anymore or stupidly expensive. You can pick up a Vial of the Sands on most realms for like between 40 and 60,000 gold. In today's money, it's really not a lot. It's in the US, it's half a WoW token. In the EU, it's a third of a WoW token. It's really not a lot to get the to get a 2-player mount. But if you get a buddy of yours to come and play the game, then you bet your life one of the first things you're going to want to talk about is the Vial of the Sands and jump on my back. Let's go. I'll fly you places because I'm a good friend, you know. Keys to the Explorer's Jungle Hopper is a reward for Refer a Friend now. Considering I have like 8 accounts, I really should have all of these Refer a Friend things. But every time I made a new account, I just completely forgot to do the Refer a Friend thing, so never got any of them. Which is really stupid, I know, but... But anyway, let's get back to warriors and their hoppity-skippityness. So, warriors doing all the hoppity-skippiting. We need the legendary leaper to give you additional heroic leaps. Makes sense. Purchased for honor from some dude. Must have rune carving unlocked to purchase this memory. Oh, it's actually, you just buy it for honor as well. Okay, fair enough. So that's going to be a whole bunch of honor. So not only do you actually have to level that warrior, unlock the legendaries, you're also going to have to do some PvP to even buy the ability or to buy the legendary power. Plus you're going to have to, there's a lot just to get this. But if you've got a level 60 warrior, then sure. Head, shoulders, necks and chest, knees and toes, knees and toes. Azurite armor with the long strider trait. The higher the item level, the better. Second most important part of the gear. Can you not surely... Is it possible yet with a level 60 to go back and solo BFA content yet? Are we strong enough to do that at this point? With, let's say, item level 200 gear? Can we solo BFA stuff at this point? I don't know. I don't know how the level squish has affected the scaling. But is it possible for you to just ding level 60, get relatively tanky, and go back and farm this gear yourself? Or are you still going to need the assistance of friends, guildies, a group to get better Azurite armor? BFA normal dungeons probably. That's really weird because by the end of BFA, as a hunter, I could solo normal dungeons myself anyway. Now I'm 10 levels higher. If I still struggle with normal BFA dungeons, that's really weird, but sure. Did some with my druid, but it was about 190 item level. That's interesting. Multibox Guildies said he had about 100 months of subscription from Refer a Friend on his own account during BFA. Probably. If you just linked them all to the main account, yeah, probably. I've tested the AD farm on my 15 Havoc Demon Hunter. 185 Havoc Demon Hunter, and it's the same level as she was 460 pre-squish. That's really weird then. That's really weird that we can't go... We're 10 levels stronger, yet we can't go back and do the same content we were doing at the end of BFA even. That's really odd. Okay. But okay, that then means that farming up this... If you happen to have had a whole bunch of this Azurite gear from back in BFA that you haven't vendored or scrapped or just straight up deleted, then sure, great. You might not necessarily have had it with the long strider trait on all the same though. But either way, getting the long strider trait will give you better movement speed. There's a 5% movement speed neck essence, the ripple in space. Shadowlands item just with speed on it, enchant it with the 30 speed enchant from Shadowlands. Shadowlands items with speed on them for most of the slots. Boots level 50 or lower so that you can put the 10% movement speed on them. Preferably with speed and a socket. See, there's some really cool opportunities with this. Now, it's very, very niche. This is never going to get you rich anytime soon. But a random world drop level 50 or lower item that happens to roll with speed on it and a socket is probably... You'll probably find them on the auction house stupidly cheap. But then somebody will come in and they'll want that exact set of items. And you could probably charge 10k gold for it. Just because it has the exact right stats on it. It's super niche, but if you look for them occasionally, I reckon you'll probably find them. But it's another one of these things. It's something that you should put on your list of like daily things to search for, not expecting to ever find any of them, but just when you do find one, you know to snag it and you know what to then do with it. Morning, Roscoe. Welcome, welcome. This is pretty simple. There's only a couple of things outside of just, you know, the default. Get your Shadowlands gear, but get speed on it. The main ones to take from this is that you want a very specific legendary on the waist to give you the bounciness. You want Azurite armor with the long strider trait on it, where possible. Tyler, thanks for the sub. Welcome, welcome. You want boots to be level 50 or lower so that you can put a specific enchant on them. They have to be lower than level 50 or this enchant doesn't work. That will give you 10% move speed with speed and a socket, best case scenario. Then just your best trinkets, preferably with speed and socket on them. Runeblade of the Baron Rivendare. Increase movement speed by 10% and regenerate 1 health every 5 seconds. Requires level 21. Wow. Okay, that's a really specific weapon. It's a good thing you're going to be running old content, because you're going to hit like a wet fish if you've got a level 21 weapon on. But I imagine this thing is probably, I mean, it's bind on pickup. Where'd you get that from then? Where's that? I mean, I guess it comes from Baron Rivendare. I guess that's, you have to, Stratholme? To get that, I guess. Flat 10% movement speed, though. The question is do all of these things stack? I guess he's tested. They probably do stack. Is it Stratholme? Okay, yeah. Pete, evening. How we doing? For the second weapon, I'm using an unobtainable heirloom from Siege of Orgrimmar. Oh, well, that's great. Then no luck on that for everybody else. 2 sockets, low item level, enchanted with Windwalker for some extra movement speed. I tell you what, one thing that's just watch the video. Pretty funny. After he jumps, he has like 300 movement speed for a couple of seconds. You might check it out in a minute. Use 2 different BFA movement speed gems for the weapons. Whenever you get Shadowlands gear with sockets, you want to use the straddling jewel doublet, because it gives you 13 speed every time. Yep. Fried bonefish makes you zoom zoom. After you kill an enemy, you get a burst of speed. Oh wow, he's gone really deep into, like, preferably you want to be a Zandalari troll because you get 5% movement speed. You could be a Dark Iron Dwarf. 4% but indoors only. Night Elves get the 2% movement speed. Very curvy women, very nice. Talents be very angry spec. 2 two-handed weapons, more bigger weapons, more good. I mean, it even sounds like a warrior. Gun shoes can't be used inside though. Psycho Pomp's speed potion. I mean, that's a no-brainer, isn't it? Really increases movement speed by 70%. I tell you what, the amount of effort that people put into making these speed sets is really quite impressive. I go as far as to say that this is basically the goblin version of twinking, isn't it? Twinking's not really a thing in World of Warcraft anymore, at least to my understanding, because I don't know why you would. Unless, maybe in the PvP scene it is possibly still, I don't know. But I guess the balancing and stuff is all weird and whack all over the place, but these are for those level 50 warriors farming mogs. After he's got a few mogs he wants but not all of them, then who does he show off the mog to? Not like he's going in a Shadowlands dungeon with friends anytime soon. Or maybe. Zandalari Troll Fury Warrior main is being given some respect. Well, there you go. Should we is this video going to be like 20 minutes long? If it's 20 minutes long, we ain't watching it. Oh, 7 minutes. We can probably do a 7-minute video. I'm sure he won't mind us watching the video. If he does, well, it's all publicity. Make sure you go check go. Oh, this is interesting. A lot of thumbs ups and a lot of thumbs downs. Why are so many people disliking the video? Don't watch all of it. Let's take a little look and see what's the case with this. Where's me tunes?
Oh, hi. Oh, hi. I was just printing some gold. Right. Oh, so what are your speed set?
That intro was genuinely more cringe than mine, but I do mad respect for his t-shirt though. Loving his t-shirt there. Love me a bit of Where's Wally.
You like going fast? You like Super Mario jumping everywhere? Like a little bit of a jumping.
Being able to run and do it 3 times is quite cool.
Looking cool. I'll help you out, baby. So, first thing, Beef Fury. If you are a warrior, of course.
What, can we get to a bit where he like
two-handed weapons?
We've gone through how it all works. This is Long Striders. Does he actually do a dungeon at some point?
Yeah, a little bit faster. Anything to press really, and
he just goes boing
the soul
boing.
shape covenant ability would bridge the gap between everything you would be.
Okay, there's not.
Yeah. English talking difficult. Is that everything? I think it is. It's pretty simple, but it will really add up.
Okay, I was hoping there was going to be an actual some video footage of it rather than just him hopping around Silvermoon. But okay, we'll take it as gospel that it works and he goes all the zooms. This dude actually posts. I've not watched many of his videos, but he's pretty hot on making some. He loves his speed sets, as this dude. So go check him out. Give the video a like if you enjoy it. We'll take him on his word that it makes a super zoomy warrior. All the zooms. I like the fact that he goes into great detail, even going over talents and everything, because I guess if you're going to go really deep into a speed set, then that's probably what you need to do. Why is a speed test normally taking place in Silvermoon? I have no idea. But oh, okay. So that was the end of the weekly economy report doodah. So there we go. There was a couple of cool things in that. Not just obviously my video, obviously. But yeah, this was quite interesting. At least that 4 or 5 minute part of the video where they talk about. The thing for me was actually how they can like categorically say that this one account is not just accidentally buying stupidly expensive things. It's buying stupidly expensive things on a regular basis, which is kind of cool. Making crafting profitable, part 4. Make sure you watch the other, read the other 3 parts first. If you're into getting your trade skill master, cool. Do such, and then some speed warriors. Not much to say about this week's economy report. I imagine by this point in the expansion, it's with not really anything new or fresh happening. I imagine it's getting a little bit more difficult for Samadan to put together these each week. He's probably scrapping around a little bit to try and find some good content for them, but I appreciate his effort all the same, as getting a nice sort of roundup about what's going on is kind of quite cool. So there we go, boys and girls. That was the WoW Economy Weekly Wrap-Up for this week. Number 161. Let's see what 162 gives us. You can't mount up in Shadow Moon, so you're used to just going really slow there. Then just why be in Shadow Moon? Alright, whatever, fine. Cool. Alrighty, well, we know what that means now. Now we can get back to Factorio and start building some factories, build a Spidertron, make all the things go pew pew. Yes, I'm excited. What I will do is, interestingly, we've got a bunch of viewers in the stream again. I expect half of you to disappear in about 5 minutes. But if you enjoy Factorio, if you don't enjoy Factorio, or if you've never played Factorio, at least give it a chance. It's a super fun game. It's literally I gotta be careful. It's easily my third love, after obviously The Wife, World of Warcraft, and then Factorio. So we're gonna dive into that now. I'm super pumped. Factorio is life. Why would you leave now? Hey, I agree. But let's get it on the go. We'll disappear for more WoW. Glad you're enjoying Factorio. Have fun. We'll be getting back to the World of Warcraft stuff for soon. That's not an issue. We will. I'm just taking a small hiatus from World of Warcraft. I'm still logging on, posting my auction. I'm doing my things in there, but I'm not playing it like consistently. Wait, something changed there? What changed? Oh, that's my off-stream one. Single player, load game. I've got way too many save games. Stream Vanilla 1.0, where's it gone? Stream Vanilla 1.0, there we go. Last week it was WoW first, Factorio second. Oh, I see. Well, I have to be slightly more careful in case somebody's listening. Right, let's go. Now, we did a bonus Saturday stream this week, which some of you may or may not have attended, where we basically did a little bit of maintenance. This is our factory as it stands so far, after 20 or so hours. Factorio's brain training for WoW. Well, it kind of is. There's a lot of crossovers, weirdly. People don't always see them, but there is a lot of crossover. I'm also very surprised to see just how many people. Let's go to. There we go. That's better. I'm surprised to see just how many people who enjoy making gold in World of Warcraft also enjoy playing Factorio. It's quite interesting. But this is what we did on Saturday. We put together a few of these outposts. We put together some of our trains. We now have materials more readily being available to us. So we have copper outpost with a copper train built, ready, sort of being defended. I say sort of. We had to go into crisis mode and just. We're now at a point in the game where the biters are just relentless, like constantly relentless. So, and our pollution is expanding. When we put all of these outposts in place, the pollution started getting a little bit crazy, and all of the bugs started to come and invade us. So we're building a wall. Not only are we building a wall, we're making the biters, the bugs, pay for it. I'm enjoying it now. Now I've got trains running. True. When you get the trains up and running, trains are a fun. I have a love-hate relationship with trains in Factorio. There's they're annoying to get working correctly, but the utility that they offer is you just can't ignore them. You're going to be extremely limited if you choose to not use trains at all. But once you get it set up, once you get a couple of good blueprints, is all you need, and then you can start bringing in all of the materials you ever need, and it's all gravy from there. Let's take a quick look at the little factory, a bit of a refresher. So what was our initial starter base is now basically gone. We have this little coal section, which is a bit of a mix between coal and the last remaining iron ore. We have up north, we have the very small amount of remaining copper from our starting base, but we have now got the copper train in. This is being supplied from back here. Back here. So we've got a solid supply of copper, at least for a while. Stone is the same. Coal is the same. We've got the resources coming in now. We've got the resources coming in. We just need to defend it. Now that we've got a good flow of materials coming in, our factory is starting to do work nicely. I'm very aware that this factory never is going to have the potential to do massive things, but it will get us to endgame. It will get us to a rocket. It will get us to a point of completion, I guess we could say. We've got the red science and the green science working right now. We have blue science up and running, steady supply of. We are being attacked. Where are we being attacked? We're being attacked down by our coal supply and our power supply. This is because these bugs are constantly respawning at this point now. Oh, there's a big wave coming in here, look. Where are these guys going? Where are you guys going? The fact that they've skipped straight past my stone is worrying. It equally worries me that they may... Where are they going? Oh, they're going down here. They've been a... Oh no. Oh no. They're actually... That's going to disconnect the power. Oh. Well, they got squished by our lasers, but not without doing damage to our... okay. Like I said, we need to continue this wall down. This wall is made up entirely of lasers, so once we get this as a perimeter wall, we should be a little bit better. We should be a little bit better. We need to protect these resources. I went with the decision of just, like, you know, perimeter walling it, as then it's a little bit more easy to maintain, rather than having defenses around each and every one of these, because I started to have to almost kind of Fort Knox wall things off, and then going back and maintaining each one individually. I'll just end up doing nothing but fixing lasers and walls. So one perimeter wall. We can even do some fancy stuff. We can put some robots to work fixing the wall for us. We can do a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, we need to today, the plan of action for today on this is to bump up our supply of reds, I would imagine. Step up to blue circuits as well. Do you have repair kits automated somewhere? Possibly. I can't remember. We need to expand our robot system a little bit as well. If we go to logistics network, you can see we set up the foundation of a robot network. This was simply to build these stations whilst we were off doing other things. But it does mean now that we can expand this not just from the start but further afield, meaning that we can have our robots sort of defend things, build things for us, deliver items to us when we need them. Expand this network. It's not sensible to have just one huge, great big network end game, but this factory will never be big enough for us to need to like split it into multiple robot factories. So we've got purple science on the go down here as well, with just ridiculous amounts of train track. So science as it stands right now is not too bad, but we need to start expanding. We need to get gold science in, we need to get blue circuits in, and then we're at a point where we can start working on... We'll then have, once we've got the main sciences in place, we can start working towards the actual rocket launch. So my first priority is to get the rest of this wall fixed up, so that we've got those defences. Once those defences are in place, then we can kind of sit back and not have to worry about it too much. That's my plan anyway. Now, I'm trying to remember why I was down here when I logged off. Power's good. Power spikes, obviously, when we pew our lasers, but I think there was a bit of a situation with power last time. Well, power's been doubled. So we had this initial power setup, which was getting to its limit. We ran some extra coal off up this way and put in another one. So power's doubled, basically. That's probably what we were doing. That's probably why we were here. So from this point, we just need to, I think we can just, we need to wait for some laser turrets to finish doing. Once the laser turrets are finished crafting, because the problem with laser turrets is they just take so goddamn long to actually craft. Our little factory here making the laser turrets is, oh, he has 50 laser turrets. Oh, well, there we go. There's reason enough to go and continue with our perimeter wall. When we get closer to this section, we're going to have to pew them completely. Probably do some turret creep to get rid of these guys. Mining outpost probably not working full potential right now, so that reduces power cost. Yeah, that's going to be true. Our most of these right now are basically backed up. Once these boxes are full, the trains are going to sit. The trains will sit here until they're empty. Now, I mean, stone has still got 4,500. I mean, we've not even connected stone or coal in, so they're not going to do anything. So it's going to reduce power. Not only is it going to reduce power, it will also reduce pollution. I'm thinking what we might do is the closest uranium is down here. We might put a wall in down here. Sneaky some of this uranium ore and just switch to nuclear, because whilst nuclear is expensive to set up, it means then once you've got a small little nuclear power plant, unless you plan to go mega base on a map, which I don't plan to go mega base on this map at all, a small little nuclear setup will give us all the power we ever need for everything to be up and running. We could make a nuclear plant that will give us, what's our power situation right now? We have a potential of 76 megawatts worth of power. Just a simple four nuclear reactor setup gives you, I think, in the region of 470 megawatts worth of power, which in theory should be enough for this factory ever. So we might consider doing that. We'll have to see. But let's take these turrets. Do we have some wall kicking about somewhere? Not really. We're going to need some extra wall. Where are we making wall? We should be making it somewhere. We're making it for one of the sciences, aren't we? We're making wall over here. Did I ever... I did. I put a box here just to kind of like yoink a bunch of wall whenever it was spare. So wall, we're going to need some power lines. What are we using for this wall? We're using just, you know, regular power poles, bunch of pews, and some wall, and that's all we need, okay. Gonna go nuclear. We might go nuclear. That may or may not be today. Because actually getting nuclear set up is a bit of a challenge, but I'm cautious to how much time I spend sort of, you know, bolstering defenses and that sort of stuff, because this map, I never really intend to take this map much further than just like launch a rocket or two, maybe complete the tech tree, have a bit of a play around with Spidertron. This is we're never going to turn this base into a mega base, so. But right, let's turn our robots on and they'll help us building this wall. In fact, I'd rather build the wall myself. Robots, get back in. No, robots, come back, please. Back you come. Back you come. We'll build the wall ourselves because it's genuinely quicker for me to run across and do it. Especially since these robots are slow as anything at the moment. Because I still run faster than the robots move, which means it's they can never catch up with me if I'm moving, which is a bit of an annoyance. But now, if I was really being pro about this, I'd have built roboports into this, and you could then, in theory, make it so that it builds itself. But like I said, the time... Was that all of the wall? Oh boy, we ran out of wall really quickly. Did we just go pick up a bunch of wall? Maybe we didn't. Okay. Well, in that case then, let's at least get the laser turrets down where we can. Oh, 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 trees. Oh, please avoid. So I think we got halfway down here. Oh, no, stop. A bunch of laser turrets that have not gone into place here. It was about 170 walls. Oh, okay. That wasn't as many walls as I thought it was. Fine. There's a random one not being placed there. I'm quite sure that thing is just spawned here. That wasn't there a minute ago, was it? Or was it? I thought this was going to be the only... oh, I don't know. This is what happens when you have Biter Evolution on and you give them the ability to respawn. Biters seem to be... I'm confident in saying biters are way more potent than what they ever use. What? How did they get down here? Oh no, this is not good. They've got... Please at least walk somewhere near these. Oh boy, they sneakied their way all the way through to here. And nommed on a turret. Okay, now we don't have radar coverage there. Yeah, they must have walked either from down here or from here. I don't know where it came from, but little buggers. What is this one? Inserter capacity. Why have we still not learned that one? That's crucial. We'll come back and we'll place the wall eventually. As long as the laser turrets are there, the laser turrets is what is actually the defense, really, so... Now, I've got to be careful. How many laser turrets do we still have? 10. Okay, so not a lot. We don't have enough to do any turret creep right now, I don't think. Because we could, in theory, because the bugs are literally this close. See how far we get. Oh, was that all of them? Oh, that's genuinely all of them. Okay, that's kind of annoying. I was hoping we could take these out this time. Do we have our tank with us? We have our tank with us. Maybe we'll give it a go, doing some pew pew. No, I'd really like some good ammo in there, not this trash. I've got a bunch of good ammo. Can we get the good ammo in there, please? There we go. First and foremost, save the game, because if this goes horribly wrong. Right. Yep. Start off by hitting a brick. Hitting a stone. That's how we do it. Oh my god, even the bugs don't melt that fast. Oh my god, turn robots off. Okay, this is what I talk about when I say when things go horribly wrong. This has not gone to plan. Not gone to plan at all. Not gone to plan at all. Let's repair up and give that a go again. Now I've just I've told the bugs that we're here. I'm not sure if this was a good idea or not. Try once more. Oh dear, burn the bugs. Let's see if we can at least get some of the bases down. Retreat! Woo! We're getting there. Progress is being made. Oh, we out of repair packs? That's not good. We will conquer the bugs. Just Rambo straight through the middle, see what happens. We're stuck. We're stuck. We dead. We dead. See, this is why you save the game. This is why you save the game. Because sometimes things go terribly wrong. Just like that. Now, annoyingly, technically, I probably should just press respawn. But I could just load the save game. I feel like I'm cheating though if I just load the game. I feel bad. Yeah, rip. I got stuck somehow. I don't know how. I got straight up stuck. A tank could not run through that biter base, which is kind of bad news. I'm going to cheat and I'm going to load the game because I had a whole bunch of blueprints and all sorts of stuff on me. I don't really think I actually had anything that valuable on me, but just the straight up annoyance. Right, so now we know that even our tank is not really suitable at this point in the game to be taking out biter bases, which means, yeah, it means these defences are absolutely necessary. So, whoa, hang on, let's not go and advertise ourselves to the bugs. Let's go back and get some more laser turrets. Finish that wall off. Our lasers can pew pew. Once our lasers are in place, we should be good. Zoom past. We lost a radar over here as well, didn't we? Because the bugs decided to come and say hi to it. Yeah, they walked straight past everything and just nommed on the radar. I don't even have any iron on me. Stupid bugs. Right, let's leave that there. Laser turrets, actually. We'll go down. We'll just drive straight to the laser turrets. Why run on foot when you have a car? Skirt. And in all that time, we only got 18 more laser turrets. That annoying little copper patch is almost done. It's getting there, isn't it? We are down to 27,000, and it's. Did I prioritize it? Yeah, I did. I prioritized this for at least this one smelting column. So this is not far off. Then we can just, you know, get rid of it. This one down here, we got 79,000. Apparently there's like 200 iron left in this one. No iron left whatsoever, apart from what's on the belts. But then there's a 79,000 coal, but then that will be gone as well. That will then be, excluding this stone actually. This is why I've not hooked up the stone up here, because I'm trying to burn through all of these little bits of resources just so that they're gone. Wish you could just poison them with something, not straight killing them. Baiting me into actually, you know, creating poison capsules. But these things are so shit. Or maybe they're not. I don't know. Slow down capsules, poison capsules. These are things I've never met. I suppose maybe I dismissed these back in the day because they were just terrible back in the day. They might have been completely rebalanced for all I know. I probably should test all of these things out again because they might actually be good nowadays. I don't even know. But I'd rather just, you know, go full ham, go power armor, maybe even power armor Mark II before too long. Get my personal laser defenses on the go and just, you know, run through and pew pew. I don't think we need these tunes on. I'd rather we have our ambiance. No, that's not the right one. Go full predator mode with personal lasers. See, this is what I want to do. That's my plan. Full lasers. Laser defense around the base, personal lasers to like just constantly pew pew. All these blinkety blinkies are annoying me though. I need to go and do something about these. I should really build this train line just so it stops blinking at me. What are we missing over here? Oh, that's the radars. They are kind of important to get in place. Have we got any spare walls actually kicking about? I don't know why. Oh, it's because we did some... Oh, okay. 100 walls again. This is just picking up any spare ones. We're letting our black science, you know, have priority. Alright, well, we'll wait for those to finish making. I'm going to take a quick 2-minute break, boys and girls. We've been live almost 2 hours now. I need to go and take a quick bathroom break whilst these are finishing. Occupy yourselves with the like button. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Alrighty, have we made many of these laser turrets yet? Get myself a quick drink. Alrighty. Doesn't sound like we've had any attacks either since we maybe building this. I should put some radars along here as well actually, otherwise I'm never going to be able to see what's going on this wall, which will be dangerous. Radars will attract the bugs as well. It seems to be, I'm not entirely sure why. There's the bug's favourite thing to go for is the radars. Right, hopefully one last trip out there we'll get at least the laser turrets sorted. Oh, hang on, we can't go down that way. Ah, look, the water's gone all green. Ah, when was this added? It sort of guess. I guess the water's considered polluted now. That's cool. That probably means that you end up killing all the fish in the water as well. Hang on, press T. What do we want to be researching next? We can't do anything that uses golem science. This was a 1.0 feature. Oh, okay. That's quite cool. Do we want to start at least researching nuclear? If we at least research nuclear, then we don't necessarily have to, because I mean 500 advanced circuits for each nuclear reactor. If we want a basic 4 reactor setup, that's like 2,000 advanced circuits, which is I'd rather put those advanced circuits towards making some blue chips at this point in the game, to be honest. Which is usually the reason I tend to just ignore nuclear until really end game, because just making the reactors 2,000 advanced circuits is just crazy numbers. Before you even consider how many go into like actually researching it all in the first place. And then your steel requirements are just bonkers. The steam turbines using lots of... yeah, getting nuclear at this point in the game is just really expensive for what it actually offers you. That's what I've always thought. But there's not a huge amount prior to getting gold science that we can really take advantage of. I'm not too bothered about getting anything that's like weapony based. Braking force for my trains, it's a thing. You tick it off eventually, but realistically it's just that's not an optimization that we need to worry about. Lab research speed, we could probably bang out a few of these. It doesn't actually increase, all it does is increases the speed in which it uses the science. There's no efficiency on this, it's just more faster. When you can do more faster by just putting down more labs. What would probably be more sensible, actually thinking about it, is now that we have the ability to make productivity modules, we really should be putting these in our science labs. Because even productivity modules 1, even what's this? Minus 15% speed, but 4% productivity. 4% productivity is 4% less consumption of materials for the same science, which is massive. It's massive by the time you look at labs. How many? I know we're off topic again already, but how many modules can a lab take? I think it's 2 modules each, so you could very easily get 8% productivity from each lab pretty quickly. It's about this point in the game where you should start thinking about using modules, if you're not already. Or at least that's how I've always done it. Alright, so this is going to put some wall down. We didn't actually get that much wall, but you know, it'll put some down. We've got to be careful we don't draw attention to ourselves. Where did our laser turrets go? That's why. All the pew pew in, please. Now they're just on a mission. I mean, this is basically like turret creeping, just without actually. Hopefully the lasers won't get to work. Go, my lasery friends. Go. All the pew-pewness. There we go. That's how we do it. Just plant a load of lasers through the middle of them. Job done. Oh, hang on. Hang on. The lasers aren't quick enough. Lasers are not quick enough. Ah, we're good. We got him. We got him. Should have just done that to begin with. We took a few casualties. We lost a few. We lost a few fusion construction robots. Why have we got fusion construction robots all of a sudden? Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh dear! I've still got some mods installed from when I was playing the other day. Oops. Oops. Alright, well, ignore that then. Okay, that wasn't planned. Let's quit this for a second. Can't you, I've still got a bunch of mods installed. The bottleneck is just, you know, that's fine. Faster start, we can turn that off. Yeah, there's a mod called Faster Start that gives you a few robots right at the beginning of the game, which I use occasionally just to zerg through the entry level part of a game. Hell mod is just that's just a tool that's fine to stay on. Squeak through can stay on because it's just unbottleneck can stay on. Oh, that's fine, I suppose. We'll leave those on. It's still basically vanilla. I should have synced the mods to the save. Yeah, there we go. Now we should just have our regular little robots. Yeah, we do. Cool. That's better. My mistake. Not intended. Right, so we built a wall. We're now defended. These guys can come and say hi if they wish. Not bothered at this point. Although we did take a few casualties on the laser turret side, I think. Oh no, we have enough laser turrets. Oh, we are literally out of walls right there. Of course we are. Sure. Well, we can come back and put walls. It's having the laser turrets there that's important. We're obviously out of repair packs as well. Right, so at least in regards to lasers, we are perimetered. We're missing a lot of wall, but we can fix that. That's not a problem. We could do with slapping down a couple of Now the likelihood is this thing won't last very long because it will get pew-pewed. But we can slap down a few radars so at least we can see what's going on. We can then focus a little bit more on the base. Stick a radar in the corner, I think, as well. Well, we might have to put one halfway. Put one here. Might have to put one in the corner as well. Put one there as well. We should have reasonable coverage, at least of this side of the wall. We can see most of this wall. We haven't actually put any radars down along this wall, but we can add a couple in time. We're going to need to claim this iron, I think, before too long as well, but that's not necessarily something I think we need to do today. We can get gold science mathed out, I think, now. Gold science, blue chips. We're going to need blue chips. I think you need blue chips to make gold science nowadays. I think they've changed the recipe though. We'll have a look. This is kind of why I wanted to, you know, play through the game properly at least once, because they've made some significant changes since I last played the game. So this little patch is nearly done. Let's head on over to, say, about here. Skirt. Leave that there. Now let's look at gold science. What we need for gold or utility science packs. We need processing units, we need flying robot frames, and we need low density structures. 2 of those 3 items we have the ability to make, but not the 3rd. So I guess we need to get processing units in place. Processing units is an easy one, as it quite simply just takes a whole bunch of greens, a couple of reds, and then some acid. It's not too difficult at all. We can bust this one out nice and easily. Let's leave ourselves a bit of room to expand reds further. Let's maybe start it here. In fact, we were going to want to move these laser turrets to somewhere else. Having them here, I really don't know why I put them there. It seems like a really odd place to put them, but let's just do. Now, we don't need huge quantities of these, at least not at this point of the game, because they're really expensive, but we want to make a build that is suitable to easily expand. So let's put some, do something like this, just to get the acid in. Something like that. We're going to need a belt or 2. Definitely a belt or 2. I think what we'll do is we'll longhand them out once they're made. Longhand them out onto a belt here. And we'll have another belt that's coming in. And that belt in can provide us with the... How long do these take to make? These take 10 seconds to craft, so we need 20 electronic circuits being input in 10 seconds, so 2 per second. So we're going to need at least fast inserters, putting them into the factories, and then long-handed ones taking them out, because, you know, speed of getting them out is not important. We want to make this somewhat tileable and doubled up in terms of width, so because the quantity of green circuits that these use is bananas. So we don't want to extend it down too far. It'd be better to, you know, take up a bit of extra space and just copy it the other side. Now, we can't actually easily flip yet because I'm still running on the 1.0 client rather than the 1.1 where we get all the new fancy blueprinty stuff, but let's go there like this. That we can probably just copy and paste. Boom. And then we'll bring red circuits down here. Like that. And we can input, we don't even need fast ones for the reds. A couple of power poles in the middle here. It covers from all angles. Like that. And we can just loop round the acid. Like that. So we can either connect it this side or that side, or even both. We've got sulfuric acid right here. So we've got reds coming in, greens coming in twice. Well, reds coming in twice, greens coming in twice. And then this is something that we can easily, if we need more, which we definitely will, spoiler alert, we can just kind of copy paste this. It's tileable. Delete this end bit, copy paste this bit down. We can double it, triple it, quadruple it, however much we need. And there we'll have some blues. I really don't like how I've set out my bus, but there's not much I can do about it at this point. So blues are going to come out here next to batteries. Weird thing to go next to, but it works. So what did we say this one's going to be? This one's going to be reds. We take a cut off there. So reds can come in. Need to do the same over here. Balance these lines a little bit nicer. So reds can come in. We need greens to come in as well. Two lines of greens. What we'll probably do for now, it's probably more sensible for us to just, although we do need a lot of greens, if we're not careful, we'll end up using all of the greens for this. That's pretty much going to hoover up most of these green chips. But okay, that's not too much of a problem. We'll deal with that later. Let's connect connectors in power-wise. These will do their things until they need some acid. So let's hook our sulfuric acid in off our bus. Bingo, easy game. That will then flow all the way around to all of these, hopefully, unless I've missed something. Why are these complaining? They're complaining they're not getting reds. Oh, that would be because I've not given them inserters. There we go. So there we now have a supply of blue chips. Lovely stuff. And I genuinely feel it might be sensible at this point to double up red science, because that's just not enough. In true fashion, I've not left myself that much room, and I kind of at least want to keep this here doing this thing. Grr. The fact my fuel line is cutting in here, I kind of want to move the red chips back anyway. Maybe I move red chips back and just double it up here, and then that can just stay there. Let's move the car out of the way. Actually, I've only got 4 little robot dudes. I need more robot dudes. My armor can only support 10 robots, but I should at least have 10. There we go. So what we'll do now is we'll... Oh, I've just realised how I've done this. This is gross. I don't like this red circuit setup at all. It's horrible. Yuck. We need to allow... Okay. I mean, it's ratioed, right? It's 6-to-1, but it's icky. If we then copy that, and we're going to say that we're going to put 2 rows... We're going to move this one back and then put another one here. Do I just redo reds? Because that's really, really disgusting. I would like a doubled up red circuit build. Let's plan a slightly nicer red circuit build because that is disgusting. We're going to want to have red circuits. We're going to output them both onto a belt. 2 sides. It means we can have an input, 2 inputs for the copper cable. Copper cable is going to come down these 2. To make the copper cable, you're going to need one of those. It means copper's got to come in. Copper can come in on this road because, or at least it can come into here. Because copper's going to come in and then cables are going to go out. Now these need 4 cables every 6 seconds, so they don't even need stuff fast. So they're going to take in the copper cables. The green and the plastic is then going to come on a belt down this way. Let's put that like that to designate the fact it's a split belt. That's going to be the same either side. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Something like that. Then this situation goes all the way down. That needs copying down there and there. That needs to go there. That needs to go there. Then this gets copied down this way and this way. So reds are then just going to come out on this single belt in the middle. Why am I out of transport belt? How am I out of transport belt? Stupid game. Let's for now then just do not that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this because it's gross. This weirdy, hoppity, skippity business can go for batteries as well because that's gross. Let's help the robots by picking up some of the belt. Because the robots are slow with belt because there's lots of stuff on them. These robots are just slow in general. There we go. There's batteries in a more organised fashion. So that can just stay there. We'll build the red circuit build here. That's better. So that goes there and there. Gonna need inputs Now, I'm going to actually rip all of this up and move it again in a minute, so I'm not bothered if it actually gets built. I just need it blueprinted at the very least. I'm going to go one there, one there, one there, one there, one there, one there, one there. Jeez, we're out of those and all. Okay. One there, one there. So that should get power to everything. That looks a lot neater and tidier, doesn't it? And it's much more easily expandable. So 2 copper lines come here. Now what it doesn't do actually is allow these copper lines to filter through. So if we wanted to double it, it's not easily doubleable. Is that a word? Because the copper stops here. What we could in theory do actually is make it so that the copper comes in we could set it like this so that the copper comes in this takes the copper it needs, and then what it does is it inputs the copper on the inside of this belt. Now the outside of the belt can then will have the copper cables on, so there'll be copper cables on one side, copper on the other, and that'll filter through. We may have supply issues eventually, because these belts can only yellow belt at least. We might have to do red belt to support that, but we'll see how it flows. Also means we need more power cables there. There we go, and then reds come out this way. We have a nice stream of red belts. That looks all right to me. I think that'll work. Plastic, greens, plastic and greens, copper, output. Job's a good one, and then that'll fit in there quite nicely. So let's take that and put it about here, somewhere in the middle, about there. About there will do nicely. Go. Robots do robot things. Oh, hang on. I did copy, I meant to do cut. There we go. We wanted it somewhere in the middle, didn't we? Got to get all of these cabling to it. That's the thing. We'll go there. We'll go there. It's fine. Robots go do robot things now. See, we've not been attacked in a while. Get your defenses in place, and things just work. Or maybe we have been attacked and I've just not seen it. What's going on down here? Nothing by the looks. There's not even any corpses. These guys are not bothered. They're just chilling. I guess if they're not in pollution, what's our pollution looking like? Oh, our pollution's not even aggro in them yet. These guys, I'm surprised these haven't come and said hi. There doesn't appear to be any corpses kicking about. Maybe they're just chilling for a moment. This pollution's not. It's what you can see that at the main factory where things are happening a lot. The pollution's really thick. There's a lot more red. Out here, it's kind of just like a pink haze. So they're probably not too concerned right now. When all of these start switching on again, though, these bugs will get annoyed real quick. Real quick. Right, so let's work out how we're going to hook all of this in. Now, having this here is still kind of annoying me because it's just in the way. And I can't help but be annoyed by the fact that it's just in the way. So we're going to get rid of it for now, and we're going to build our laser turret somewhere else. What is all of this wizardry that's going on here? Oh, we've taken our red belts and we've split them off and merged them into a thing here. Okay, that's awkwardly done. So that we get blues up that way. Okay. Okay, I mean it works, but it's gross. Because actually, reds are going to come in this way now. we've okay, it works. Out of transport belt. How am I out of transport belt again? How are we doing, Oscar? Welcome, welcome. Glad you like the videos. Let's grab some more transport belt from here. Anything else we need while we're in this sort of section? We need some more power poles. Do we have power poles on the go? We do. We need some more red inserters. Let's take another stack of those. We need some more blue inserters. Take a stack of those. And blue these thingamabobs, which we still don't even craft because we're terrible humans. Okay. So we've got blue and plastic, greens and plastic coming in here again. We need copper going in this one. We've got a copper line coming through. So copper's going to go in there. And then we need to repeat the same thing but over this side. So greens in the far one. You can maybe make this run in just a little bit neater, because it's a bit of a mess right now. But so greens are in there. We need plastic to come in this way, plastic in there, and then copper in this one. Where's copper when we need it? Let's get a run of copper from here. There we go. That's much better. So we should now have all the things. Now, just because I don't want to mess with success, I'm not sure at this point why I've put reds on 2 rows. Do I really need 2 rows of reds, considering this base is only ever going to be tiddly? Probably not. Probably having 2 rows of reds is overkill. I should probably merge it down to just the single line of reds, considering we've only got 2 lines of greens, for Christ's sake. Maybe that's something we'll figure out later. But there we go. If we connect all this up again, we should be rocking and rolling on more red chips, which is going to be necessary because we're going to need more blue. We've already ran out of reds for blue chips, see? I'm probably going to go as far as to upgrade all of these to blue assemblers. Go robots, go. Lovely stuff. And I think we can turn that on now. Oh, bit of power. Let's get a bit of power going through here as well. Let's make the connection. Watch it do its thing. Comes through. Copper comes through, so if we want to double it, it's there to be doubled. This is working away nicely. Let's see if everything gets a green dot. The green dots and the orange dots is a mod called bottleneck, and it basically tells you what's working and what's not. If it's a green dot, it means it's doing its thing. It should slowly, once this has been on the go for a while, filter through, so all 6 of these should always be working. There we go, we've got a green dot on everything, you see. One of these assembly machines making the wires should provide enough materials for all of these to constantly work. And we're not demanding huge things of them. It looks way complicated. You start small and you build up to take it in small little chunks, and it becomes a lot more manageable. But now we should have a reasonable amount of red chips coming out. This will probably suck through most of our green chips, but our factory's not really doing a lot at the moment, so we're good. Nice. So now that we've upgraded our reds, we've upgraded our blues, we can actually start, well, in fact, what I'm going to do is build this bus out, because having it just kind of not here is kind of annoying. Build that out, build that out, build that out. I hate it not being complete. The OCD in me is crying right now. Now, why have we only got 1, 2, 3, 4 things on our fuel bus? Light oil, heavy oil, petroleum, and sulfuric acid. I think we need... Is there going to be a point where we need either crude oil or water on the bus? I don't know. I don't think having water on the bus is really necessary. We've got a huge great big lake right next to us, and a big lake over there. We can get the water if we need it. No, that's fine. Okay, so let's... Of course it would sit there. Let's put one there. Continue the pipes as well, as they're part of the bus. Let's get the rest of that built so it looks neat and organised, and then we can start work on our final science. Bit of gold science. I like to call it gold science because it's the final. It's not technically the final science, because space science is actually the final science. But if you call it gold science, it sounds cool. Better than yellow science, hey? What are we out of? We're out of transport belt. In theory, we shouldn't be building all this ourselves now. This is maybe the point where we get our... Look, let's expand our little robot network a bit further. We've built all these robots. We made this little module here to build some robots, so we might as well, you know, use it. Let's take a few of these and expand our robo network a little bit. If maybe not for delivering items, but for construction. Let's drop one of these down wherever we have a convenient gap. Make sure we give them all some power. this one got power? It does. Does this one have power? It does. I think they're all powered now. Oh, this one's not powered. Now, if we look at our map, see, let's turn off the electrics. We don't need that. Let's look at the logistics network. So this, any area where we have orange is a position to where the orange box is where logistics robots can work. That's taking items to and from. We can set the logistics to robots to bring us stuff. But the green box is the construction field, so construction robots can work further. Now we can see the construction robots are going to build all of this for us. We don't need to go get the materials, we don't need to come over here and build it ourselves. It's within the network, and the transport belt needed to make it is in the network over here. You see this little machine is making the transport belt, so all the robots are running over here. They're picking up the transport belt and they're zooming over and they're placing it down. So it's all nicely automated. Now in theory you don't just sit here and watch the robots do it, you go do something else. But it's kind of cool just to watch them work away. We've only got a very small amount of robots in our network so far, but it's only a small little base, relatively speaking. So now that's doing its thing. What we should probably do, let's set up some logistics. So some basic stuff that we want to keep on our, anything that's on our toolbars, we want to make sure that the robots just bring to us whenever we're running low on them. So things like transport belt, we can say, right, well, I want some transport belt all the time. I want 100 all the time, and I'll hold as many as possible for now. So we want transport belt, it will bring it to us. And what you can actually do is when you hover over it, you'll see there's the tooltip for it. It says satisfaction 0 out of 100. On the way, NA. Logistics storage, NA. Which is weird because it shouldn't say that. That probably means that there's actually not any basic transport belt left in the network, because all of it is being assigned. No, that's not even true either. Why is that now not working? Oh, because our logistic network is off. If we turn that on, if we turn the logistic networks on, now it will then say that there's 100 on the way, and it tells us that there's 270 in the actual network. So now you'll see the robots, instead of me having to go get it, these robots are just going to come and they're going to deliver it straight to me. And now I have my transport belt, and I can set the same things up for a bunch of items, and as long as I'm within the logistic network, the robots will bring the stuff to me. So when I'm building things, I don't need to worry about going and collecting the main materials now. I can just have the robots set to bring me what it is I want. So inserters, red inserters, blue inserters. And you can put whatever you want in here, and you can add more if you think you need more. And you can basically, you used to be limited to what you could request, but now you can just add rows and delete rows, and I don't think there's any limit to it. So you could theoretically go, if you wanted one of everything in your inventory, you could, but it's not really too sensible to do that. But we want pipes all the time, we want underground pipes all the time. We probably want to set us up to have a whole bunch of construction robots at all time, so that we can always be building stuff with our own construction stuff. You can also do some cool stuff with this, like the wood, for example. I can't see any reason why we would ever want any wood ever. So what you can do is you can go in here and you can go, right, where's the wood? The wood. I don't want any. ever, if you set it to 0 and click OK, any wood that you then happen to have on you will go straight into the trash slots, and the robots will come and pick the wood up from you, so it keeps your inventory clean and tidy. There's reason for us to keep coal on us, but not much. We'll keep 50 coal on us at any point, but if we happen to have more coal than that, it can go away. We'll keep 50 coal in on hand just for the purpose of just to occasionally put it in our tank for fuel, for example. Any of the other materials, so like stone, there's no reason we ever want any stone on us. We don't want any iron ore on us ever, because we can't do anything with it anyway, so there's no point us having it. So now it means anytime I accidentally pick up any stone or anything, it'll just go doop. It'll get shot off straight away. The power of the logistics network. It's really quite cool. Now this is red. This when it's got a red background, it's telling you that it can't supply you with what you need. If the background, if there's no background color to it, it means that you've got what you need. But red, it's telling me that I've only got 29 out of the 50 that I want, but there's none in the logistics network, and so it's not bringing any to me. So it's unable to fulfill that one, which is because if we go and look at where our robots are currently being made and put into just iron chests. We need to switch these out to passive provider chests. So it's only things that are in passive provider chests or storage chests that are available in the network. So now we can see that there's 10 on the way, there's 40 in storage. It's the yellow means it's doing. It's sort of complete but not fully complete yet. This will change when the number goes up. So now you can see, now we've got the 50, it's gone, right, okay, this is done, cool. So it's a good way to manage your inventory. Okay, with that little mini tutorial done and dusted, let's expand that as well. I didn't realise that wasn't expanded. We're going to expand out this way. And now we can start working on planning a gold science. Let's look at what we needed for gold science again. So where's the... We need processing units. Well, we've just made some processing units. We need flying robot frames, and we also need some low density structures. Now we're not actually making low density structures anywhere right now, but I know from past experience that low density structures are something that we want to make en masse. We want to make lots of low density structures, not just for the purpose of going into the science packs, but they also go into building the rockets later on. So we want to actually make ourselves a proper low density structure, like mini subsection. So that's probably what we need to do now. Even to the point where you should probably put low density structures on the bus. Now, the question is do I make a mini one just for the purpose of science? Or do I make a big one and then put it on the bus, and then maybe I'll do both actually. Maybe I'll do both, because it means that I'll have something potentially scalable for science, and then a separate one that we can bus. Big one, put it on the bus. Yeah, that was what I was thinking I might do. Both makes sense though. Make enough of them in a dedicated area here, just for the science, and then we can make a big one later on for the purpose of rockets. because it would be nice to have 2 separate builds for them anyway. So let's do some maths on this then. This whole base is designed about making 1 science per second, or that's at least the plan of action. Nothing too huge, nothing too dramatic, not going to require too many materials, but it's a 21-second craft time, but we get 3 of them. So it's a 7 again. It's similar to what it was with production science. You get 3 of them, they take 21 seconds to make, so if you want 1 per second, you're going to need 7 factories working away creating them. So once again, we need, let's math it out first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. These are going to be making the sciences. To supply those, we need robot frames. Now we only need 1 robot frame every 3 seconds. So let's look at robot frames. Robot frames have a really low craft time. These things take 20 seconds to make. So I think we need basically 1-to-1 on these again. 20 seconds to craft a robot frame, 21 seconds to craft a utility science pack. So we're going to directly insert 1 to, so we're going to do the same. The craft times are too similar to not do this. Now this might not necessarily be exactly how we build it, but I'm just putting these inserters here for now to indicate that we're going to directly put stuff in here. Flying robot frames are going in. Processing units we'll get from somewhere. We'll work out how we get things to places in a minute. And then low density structures, we need 3. Let's look at low density structures then. Low density structures also take 20 seconds to produce, but we need 3 of them. So we need 3 times as many low density structure factories as we do. Okay, so with only 7 of these, we potentially need 21 factories producing low density structures, assuming things are running at the same speed. That's a lot. So we're going to have to make a... Did I say... How many did I say we needed to make of these? 7, 14, 21. To make 21's an odd number. 2 rows of 10 we can work with. Where's low density structures in here? Low density structures use a lot of copper. Oh boy. 5, 10. So, by very quick, filthy, dirty maths, that's what I believe we need in terms of production to supply enough items to make these. And then we also need to bring in the processing units from somewhere. Ouch. That's a lot of items. That's a lot of items. Maybe we don't directly insert these. Just build 22 for aesthetics, 11 per row. Overbuild rather than underbuild, you're probably right. It's not like we won't use them anyway. We use them for other stuff. Your low density structure build is probably one of the biggest builds in the game, I think. So that's a sizable amount. That's a sizable amount for sure. Now we're going to work out how we get all of these into these. So if we're going to go by the theory of directly inserting the robot frames, whilst that works kind of quite nicely, it has the distinct problem that robot frames themselves require 4 items. So you kind of need both sides of the factory. Although you could put steel and batteries on one belt, green circuits and electric engines on another belt. Wow, this gets more complicated because we need electric engines for these. The low density structures are just basically raw materials. Plastic bars, steel plate, copper plate, all of that just comes in off the bus. The flying robot frames, batteries are on the bus, steel is on the bus, green circuits are on the bus, but we need to make electric engine units for these as well. So actually we need a dedicated build for these, I think, rather than directly inserting them. So this is quite simple. Although it's going to be big, it's quite simple. The robot frames are going to be a bit more of a challenge because we're going to need to make also electric engines. And to make electric engines, we need engines. Okay. So I'm wondering if I'm overbuilding this. I'm not sure. Because we got a little we did, if we look further back here, we've made engines before en masse. We've made engines in big quantities for blue science. But now we need to make engines again for making electric engines to go into robot frames, to go into golden science. It's almost as if this is something that seems to be relatively new to me. This was never a thing in the past, but it seems like we actually need a dedicated build for engines, and we almost want to put engines on the bus now. The fact that we're going to use so many engines for so many things, instead of having this here and directly inserting, we should maybe have, this is the things you learn when you play the game, maybe we should have a section quite early on that just makes engines en masse and just puts engines on the bus. If we put engines on the bus, then we can take engines off the bus for blue science, we can take engines off the bus to make the robot-y stuff, we can take engines off the bus to then make electric engines where we need them. That's interesting. That never used to be the case. We never used engines in this quantity before. Because as it happens now, I'm just going to be taking iron and gear. What goes into making a regular engine nowadays? Where's an engine? Steel, gear wheels and pipe. So it's basically, it's raw materials. It's steel and iron plate. So transferring all that steel, transferring all of that iron plate would probably be easier if we just made engine units en masse earlier on in the game. Put the engines on the bus. I didn't realise we were going to use engines so heavily later on in the game. Okay. Right, well, regardless of that information, it doesn't change what the factory is doing right now. So we still need to make let's I think those are the right numbers. I'm quite sure those are the right numbers that we need. So let's first and foremost deal with these robot frames, making so many robot frames. Because there's going to be a few stages to that. There's going to be the stage of making engines. Then we're going to have to put those engines into electric engines. And then enough to support 7 machines. I'm going to introduce you to a little mod that I use to help me do a lot of this maths. It's called Hell Mod. Now I know this series up until this point was relatively vanilla, and you could just kind of build a little bit and like work it out and do the maths in your head. But why do maths in your head if you don't need to? So what you can do here, I've not played with this for a little while. I'm hoping it still works the same as how it always used to. Is I can say, right, add a recipe. What do I want to make? I want to make gold science. And I want to tell it how many I want to produce. How do we do that? Output. Change the output. We want 1 per second. Is that on a 1 per second compute by element? What's the time scale on this? Oh, okay. So no, I just want 1 per second. Quantity 1, outflow 60 per minute. So yeah, 1 per second. That's what we're trying to achieve. So to get 1 per second, we then need an input of 0.7 processing units, 0.4 flying robot frames, and 1 low density structure. So now what we can do is say, right, well, what do we need to make this then? What this is cleverly does is it shows you using the certain type of factory. So if we're going to use the basic ass factories, we're going to use the medium quality factories. So we can change that there. Medium quality factories, we need 10 of them to achieve this, because it goes by the speed of the machines as well. So to make the robot frames, we're going to do X, Y, Z. Okay, the one thing we haven't made is electric engine units, so we're going to need to make those as well. We have made green circuits already. We're going to need to make the engines, and then these are raw materials. Pipes are not on the bus, nor are gear wheels, so gear wheels and pipes need to be made. And let's set it so that they all use these assembly machine 2s, because at this point in the game, that's what we should be using. So we can now see that we need 10 factories making the gold. We need 9 factories making the flying robot frames. To make the enough robot frames, we need 5 factories making electric engines. One of the components needed for the electric engines is engines itself. So we need 5 factories making electric engines. Because those numbers marry up nicely, there's the probability that we'll just directly insert the engines into making electric engines. To make the engines though, things that aren't on the bus are gear wheels and pipe. And then we're going to need, to be able to meet that supply, we're going to need 1 factory making gear wheels, we're going to need 1 factory making pipe. So this is going to start to become quite a big build, just for the flying robot frames itself. It's already looking to be relatively sizable. I can't squeeze all of this neatly in the screen, unfortunately. You'll just have to not be able to see a bit of it. Then that's just the flying robot frame section. Then we need the low density structures. But luckily, the low density structures are just raw materials off the bus. So we're not going to need any extra factories. But if we change this to blue ones, we can see we actually need 27 of them to fully meet supply, which is pretty ridiculous. All of this just to make one gold science per second. So this is the amount of factories that we need. What's quite cool with this is that you can play around and you can test with things before you actually do it. So if you wanted, you can see, well, what if I actually wanted to make like 2 per second? You can just change the output quantity, and it changes the amount, tells you exactly how many factories you'd need to achieve that. 27 and not 21. Where was our math wrong? Well, I was basing the factories on the assumption that everything had a craft speed of 1, but nothing has a craft speed of 1. The factories producing it, the blue factories or assembly machine 2, has a craft speed of 0.75. If you go up to assembly machine 3, then that has a crafting speed of 1.25. These crafting speeds are all multipliers. So you can never actually easily get a craft speed of 1 exactly. So there's always a multiplier in place. But you can kind of get it to that point if you really want to with modules and that sort of stuff. But I do most of my maths not including this, which is a bad habit that I need to get out of, to be honest. I should consider the actual crafting speed multiplier of the factories themselves. But yeah, that shows that, like, with the assembly machines 2, yeah, you need 27 of them to be able to meet the supply. But if we upgraded it to assembly machine 3, which has a crafting speed multiplier of 1.25, you can see then it goes down to only needing 16 of them, because it just works faster. It doesn't change the amount of ingredients in any way, shape or form, it just does it quicker. And because we're specifying everything on time, that's just kind of how it works. But we're building the base on the premise of assembly machines 2, because assembly machines 3 are a bit expensive to make at this point. And our music has stopped. So this is a really cool little mod that helps you do all the maths without you having to work it out. And it's like when you get to the end game and you start using lots of modules and lots of beacons, planning all of this out is easy. Plus it gives you cool things. It tells you how much power you're going to use and how much pollution it's going to cause and that sort of stuff as well. It's quite a handy little mod. And you can work it all the way back, so you can see that, well, not only do you need the blue chips, but you need, it basically equates to 2.7 steel, 0.7 batteries. It breaks it down for you, so you can see that the gold science is actually pretty heavy on copper, because copper's also going into the green circuits. It's very, very copper heavy. Throughout the entire game, most things up until this point start to get very iron heavy. But now it switches. Now it switches to starting being very copper heavy. So hopefully, by the time that you're producing all of the science, it's kind of balanced in terms of the amount of materials that you need. It doesn't exactly work that way, but you know. So let's build it to these numbers then. So let's get the robot frames first. 9 factories for robot frames. That's what we're saying. So we can actually just delete this for now. I want these machines actually, not you robots. So if we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, what did it say, 9? 9 factories making robot frames. Where's the robot frames on here? There's robot frames. 9 factories making robot frames. He's going to require 5 factories making engines and electric engines. So the robot frames require 1, 2, 3, 4 items to come in. We'll make 2 belts for those then. Two belts for the materials, because these craft really slowly, so there's no issues with having like inserters being a limiting factor or anything. So 2 coming in, and then it can output onto a belt. It's going to need power here and there. So that's a copy paste. We actually don't need this top bit, do we? That bit we don't need. So that's the that's how it's going to present itself there. That will output the robot frames. Now we need the 5 electric engines. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now we already know that these we're going to have to. We're going to be directly inserting, I believe, the engines on these because it's just too convenient not to. What else do we need on here? Green circuits. So we just need green chips. So we can probably do a similar thing. We can output. And the reason I'm putting the outputs facing down is because they're all going to feed into what will be gold chips. Looking at late game, it would seem to be a good idea to just build a bus for every item. Would require fewer brain cells at least. Yes and no. The main reason you don't want to put everything on a bus is because you don't want to produce everything in that quantity. You need to remember that you only want the raw materials that you use in large quantities on a bus. You don't want kind of end products on a bus, because there's no point in them being there. Let's link it back to World of Warcraft. You might want herbs and ore on a bus, but you're not going to want potions and flasks and things on a bus. You probably don't even want base legendary items on a bus because they're used so frequently that there's just no point for them to be on the bus. Your bus is where your materials go. Earlier we were talking about engines, but we use engines so frequently to make other things. Engines, although they're a final product, they also become a material because they're used so frequently. So electric engines need the greens coming in, so you can do it this way. Greens can come in. Greens can come in on this belt. We can gain. Run out of space. We can get our. We need lubricant in for these. Now actually, interestingly again, we didn't put lubricant on the bus. That wasn't a material we put on the bus, but what we have done is we put heavy oil on the bus. So what we're going to actually also need to do is incorporate lubricant production. So you can see here, lubricant comes in. We need 5 lubricant every second. So how much heavy oil does that actually equate to? And we can, when you click on an item and there's multiple options, we're going to say, right, well, we're going to take that from heavy oil. So we need a single chemical plant producing lubricant, and that's going to require the heavy oil, and the heavy oil is on the bus. So just a single factory, single chemical plant for that will be suffice. So what we'd also have, let's move this just up a bit. Doesn't matter where it goes while we're building. We need a chemical plant. We don't have the materials for chemical plant, of course we don't. Now we're in. Now the robots are trying to build half of it instead of our own personal robots. So where's our chemical plant go? There we go. We'll put that just in line with everything else. So this can be making lubricant, which can feed in here like that. And then we'll feed that in with some materials. Once these have been made, this is taking green circuits in. When you're doing these, there's a trick you can use. These constant combinators are often used not for actually doing the circuitry stuff, but just the fact that you can assign a thing to it, so you can quickly see, right, greens are going to come in on this one. This is going to be an output. Outputs you don't need to really designate because you can tell what outputs are. So greens are going to come in. Lubricant is going to get, we're going to get heavy oil in for this. Then it's going to output onto this belt. We need some inserters to output. Put an output. There we go. Buzzy Harris, thanks for the sub. Welcome, welcome. So now we've got everything. We've got greens coming in. We've got engines coming in. Now we need to work out what we need to finish off making the engines. To make the engines, we worked out that we need a single factory for gear wheels and we need a single factory for pipe. So now let's see if we can do something like this. One for gear wheels. Where's gear wheels? One for gear wheels, one for pipe. I'm just thinking how we do this. We probably want... They both just need iron. But we want to do this at some speed. How do we make this look neat and tidy? So we want gear wheels and pipe on one and then steel on another. So if it takes the steel, how did we do it already over here? For engines, oh, we just did it like this. We had two side by side and it feeds up into. That's an iron line in. Output the pipe, output the gear wheels. That'll get the pipe and the gear wheels on the same belt. I'm just wondering if these are going to be fast enough to meet supply. Of course they are. Because these don't even need to run 100% of the time, not for 4 factories like this. What we do need to do is work out how we get steel in here. And keep it neat and tidy. That's an input. So that's iron. Iron comes in there. So iron comes in. They take the iron. They output it. Gear wheels go this side. That goes that side. Now we just need to get steel. So steel can go in there. Steel comes in. You got steel, gear wheels, iron. And with some power, that is a nice little electric engine unit. That's going to make the 5 electric engine units. We've got our list of inputs. That's looking relatively neat and tidy, isn't it? I like that. Then, so we've got, let's refer back to Hellmod. So we've made our electric engine units. We've got 5 of those being produced. They're working optimally. We've got the 5 engine units, which needed 1 assembly machine for gears, 1 assembly machine for pipes. So that side of it is with the also with the chemical plant to make the lubricant. That side of it is done. We need to now get those electric engine units and the other materials into the 9 flying robot frame machines, which is these. So this becomes an output. So this can be, that can be the path for one of the outside one of these. We then just need the other inputs to here. So let's move that over here. That can then be that output there. Let's try and keep things looking neat and tidy. That's actually the main start of the factory. So that can go there. So what else do we need to go into one of these? We need green circuits. So we need green chips to go in there. Interestingly, we need green chips there and we need green chips here. Is there an opportunity to split that off? So we can probably split that off so we just get... How many green chips do we actually need? 0.7 green chips. 1.7 green chips a second is really not a lot at all. So easily we can just have... If we actually go back a step and do this, and then put green chips there, our run of green chips will be supplying up for this to make the electric engine units, and we'll then use the extra ones to go on this one. So we'll end up with electric engine units and green chips on this path. So that's two. That's the final 2. We then need steel and batteries on this one. Steel on one, batteries on another. Steel and batteries go in there, and then that is everything we need to produce the electric engine units. So there we go, there's one part of the puzzle mapped out with our material, our inputs from the bus in a sensible location. Right, while our robots finish that, I'm going to go take another quick pee break. I'll be back with you guys in 2 minutes. How are we doing? Yeah, robots are really OP. They're very, very useful. And you can also now see that like it's resupplying us with the transport belt that was used to make it, and it's keep making sure that we've always got the materials we need to build with. Really handy. Okay, so I'm just wondering whether we can pretty this up any more so, make it look neater and tidier, or whether we're happy to say that this is the final. Just from a weird aesthetics point of view, we can bring that in over there. Just so it keeps all the inputs on a similar level. I know it's really dumb, but it just helps when positioning the factory. So that's going to be our robot frame build. That was the complicated one, because when we look at it from here, for the gold science we need blues that we just literally bring in off the bus, easy game. We want flying robot frames, which we've just built, and then low density structures. Low density structures just takes materials. There's no fancy business with that. It's just lots of factories. In this case, 27 of the damn things. Now, we could either go it would be worthwhile then maybe going 2 rows of 14, because that would be 28. It's better to ever so slightly overbuild than it is to underbuild. So 2 rows of 14, that makes it really tall. Either 2 rows of 14 or 4 rows of 7. 7, 14, 21, 28. Yeah, 4 rows of 7. Oh, would we rather go really tall? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because that's 9 tall as it is already. That's already 9 tall. We went 14. That's really quite tall. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We did a row of 12 actually for the blues. A row of 14 would be a bit taller than that even, and it'd basically be this again. That's not too bad actually, is it? We can live with that. We can go with that again. I just didn't want it to go super tall. 4 of 7, you'd prefer 4 of 7? 4 of 7 would mean that we can 4 of 7 would make it a lot wider. Let's take a look. Let's do a row of 2 rows of 7, and then we'll see if we want to put 2 rows of 7 on top again, or put 2 rows of 7 next to it. So let's we need for starters we need a whole stack of assembly machines. Now in this scenario I am going to have to go, in fact I've just had a realization. Before we go too further with that, now that we got blue chips, you know what we can be doing? We can be making ourselves some better power armor and making our gear better. Yes we can. 3 of 9 would be 27. That's true, but 3 columns is kind of a bit... 3s don't work very nicely. You want like 2s or you want 4s. 3s is never neat and tidy. You can see how we've got 2 rows here, we've got 2 rows here. 4 rows is okay because you just take the same build and you double it. Like 3 rows is a bit weird for moving stuff about. Just from a building point of view, like 3 columns of something means that it's a bit weird for getting the materials where you need them to be. Am I out of gear wheels? It's gear wheels it's complaining about. Never added gear wheels. Here we go. 3 rows is bad for OCD. I wasn't necessarily trying to say that, but yes, you are right. It is horrendously bad for OCD. So, for the purpose of, we'll just build up here for now. This can be our little testing area. There's a random piece of wall here, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You may wonder why I do them in stacks of 2, and the reason I do them in stacks of 2 is because it means you can fit an electric pole quite nicely in between them, and it gives you full electric coverage. You can, in theory as well, not even in theory, in practice, you can just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 like this. But then where you start putting your electric poles, if you put your electric pole on one side, it doesn't reach to the inserters on the other side, which is a bit annoying. Which is why I do this 2 spacing, because it fits nicely with this. So go 2, 4, 6. And then one more is 7. So these are, what do we say, low density structures. We need a lot of copper. So copper has to come in. Copper's going to come in on a single belt. Prioritized single belt. So maybe we bring copper in on the outside. We need a lot of copper. So it gets its own, copper gets its own dedicated belt. The steel and the plastic, less so. That can come in on the other side. Or actually, no, let's bring all our materials in on one side. Now, single long-handed inserter. Don't forget these take 20 seconds. It only needs to pick up 7 items in 20 seconds. That's absolutely fine. And then it can output, when it's done it can put them all on a belt in the middle. So we're going to have, what did we say? We're going to have, where's our, this one's going to be copper, dedicated copper line in. And then the other thing is going to be steel and plastic. Steel, plastic. So we can see steel and plastic comes in this way, copper comes in this way. Then we're going to output onto this belt. Now the reason I'm kind of thinking to go really tall is because we can, at least for the most part, go like this there. Hey up, where are we being attacked? Down here? Down here? Okay, that's a new one, sure. Then the 2 belts. Two belts, yes. I should just build all of this myself. I can't build it all myself, I'm out of stuff. Okay. So Oh no, hang on, that's not even right, is it? That's that one. That's that one. So come in and then make a bunch of them using the materials on the outside, put them on the middle, and we're off to the races. Now, in theory, we could take that again and we could copy it next to it. And then that would be it. We'd just have a nice big square. But then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 runs off the bus to support that, and it's wide. It might be better just to take this and go dunk and double it so that we just have 14 tall, and that'll be 28 factories. I think that might be a better solution. So we can take this. That's what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That would be 12. And 2 more on top would be 14. That's a lot. That's a lot. Was it really 28? Was it really that many? It was 27, wasn't it? Oh, smoke. Okay, yeah, sure. It's a big boy. That's a long boy. You're right. Hey, we've got some bugs coming up here and all. That is a long boy. Okay. Well, that plus a little bit more. In fact, the output for this wants to go the other way, doesn't it? Because we're actually outputting downwards. So then we'd have robot frames, low density structures. They can both go down onto a single belt. They can both go down onto a single belt. Or maybe we'll merge the robot frames with the processing units and put the low density structures on their own belt. So much work for one golden one per second. Yep. Yep. When you start making this one, you suddenly start to realise how few materials your base actually has. Okay, so we've got 2 of the main components, sort of. We need to add a couple more onto the top of this. But then we need to do the 10, what was it, 10 factories for the gold. Just 10 factories, boom, in a line, easy game. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. We're going to take 3 materials in. Now because we've built this to feed in this way, we're actually going to have the gold science at the beginning. Then next to it, we're going to have the low density structures. Then at the end of it, we're going to have the robot frames. So it makes it, feeds it in, feeds in, feeds in. It snakes towards here, because then the science can come out and go straight into the labs up here pretty quickly and easily. So the output: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That can go out on a belt. Although it's not going to go out on a belt, is it? Because we haven't got any belts. Where's our robots? They're not doing our robot thing. We need, what did we say? 3 inputs, which is actually the equivalent of 2 lines. So we need a red one and a yellow one. Let's just make it once and then copy paste it. Why are we messing about with complications here? There we go. So these are going to come in. It's going to pick them all up. One of these feeds is going to, what did we say? One's going to be blue circuits and something else. Something's going to be something else and something else. Okay. Alright, that's fine. So let's copy paste that a few times. Get it built. And that, once we position it all nicely, will be gold science. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. We just need to position it and plug it in now. So let's try and work out where we're going to position it. I mean, this is actually not far off exactly where we want it to go, really, is it? But that's going to go. Let's try and keep it roughly in line with what was going on with the rest of these. Let's put this like here. That's going to be where gold science lives. That's the final form. The final form. So what do we say? Blues and robot frames on a single belt. Blues and robot frames on a belt. Low densities on their own belt. How many bots are you up to in the network right now? Oh, not a lot. Like literally 50 of each. I've only put 50 of each. I didn't want to make a lot of them. There's no need for hundreds of them. So now those are there, we can... What do we want next? Do we actually want the low density structures next to it? Or do we want the robot? Do we want to move the robot frames into position next to it? I think we probably want... It's going to make more sense if we have the low density structures next. Which is weirdly going to mean we have to move this out of the way. But we can just put that... We'll put that just out of actual range for now. Because it's not going to stay there, we just want... You know, the ghost of it. Then we go, we want this. This is going to go, let's have a look. Where do we want this to go? Let's leave a bit of space. There's no reason to cramp up everything. I have reasons for that, which will become apparent later on. So that can then go there. Like that. We also said that this was not quite tall enough, was it? This was 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hang on. Isn't that how many it was meant to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, okay, that was the right size. Yeah. So 14 times 2 is 28, which is then one factory more than what was needed. Okay. Let's this lot is outside the range of robots, so let's pick some of this up ourselves. Our own robots can go and help with this. The factory robots can build the other stuff. Both repairing and replacing laser turrets while we're here. Okay. And with that in place, we can take this. And this is going to position itself around about here, I think, somewhere. Let's level it off nicely. About there, I think. I think that works. There we go. Now we just got to wait for the robots to do it. Now the robots just need to do it. Is everything within robot-y range? Everything is within robot-y range. Apart from maybe a tiny few things over here, but... the robots can work away doing that. Yeah, there's maybe a slither over on the edge that's not, but for the most part it is. Let's give the robots a bit of a hand picking up some of this stuff. Grab these. Like I said, we've not got huge amounts of robots, so a bit of manual labour is necessary. Not to mention the robots are still relatively slow. They're not so speedy just yet. And what we'll probably do is we'll take an entire blueprint of this. We should have probably made a we should probably have made a blueprint for all of the other sciences before this, but meh, hey ho. I mean, this is only ratioed for one per second based on how it currently stands. If we start upgrading any of these to be more advanced, if we upgrade them to, you know, assembly machine 3s or something, the ratio's all going to be completely whack anyway. But this is a simple... This also is on the basis that you're making the engines that you need for the robot frames here. My suggestion, and probably what I will do going forward, now I know this, is I will make engines in a large quantity further at the start of the factory, and just put the engines on the bus. I mean, that's actually not going to make too much of a difference, because if we look over here, the only thing that would remove is this last section. We'd still need to turn those engines into electric engines. We'd still need to put those electric engines into the robot frames. So there's not a huge amount of difference actually by putting the engines on the bus. But just the fact that engines are used in gold science and engines are used in blue science kind of makes me want to lean towards putting engines on the bus, I think. Would be a more sensible approach probably, because you could work out how many you need and you could build it. You could build it all and scale it all accordingly. But I mean, this factory is by no means perfectly ratioed in any way, shape or form. It's just kind of a, let's build it, let's learn what's changed, let's refresh our memory of what we already know. What I didn't do on these, did I, is I didn't label what goes in where. No, I didn't. What we are going to need to do though is we're going to need to extend our bus even further to accommodate this. So let's take that and go yoink. It's going to give the robots some work to do. We need to extend our pipes here as well. Now, the robots can do most of that. Just in case the robots didn't have enough to do. What we should probably look at doing is running this gold science across. This is the output. So this can come over here and go bonk straight in there. So then we'll have purple science on one side, gold science on the other, and then that will be the 6 core sciences. Dunzo. Happy days. It's about to get big, boys and girls. It's about to get real big. Whilst the robots are working on that, once they're finishing building off that and they're building this extra belt, then we can feed some materials into it. But whilst that's happening, now that we've got blue chips, we can look at increasing the quality of our personal armor. Now we can't get. I'm wondering if I should just skip regular power armor and try and go straight for power armor Mark II. You can see this thing. This thing's a bit of a beast. It takes 400 science just to learn it. It takes 60 processing units to make, 30 low density structures, 40 engine units. Conveniently, all of the things that are needed to make the gold science. Did you make the lube? We made the. There's a factory here that's going to take heavy oil in. It's going to take heavy. We're going to make the lube on site. Now this is, yeah, we'll make the lube on site. But this thing, the main reason we want to use it is the equipment grid size then extends all the way up to a 10 by 10 grid. So if you see our piddly little armor right now is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 5 grid. So 10 by 10 grid is literally 4 times the amount of space for personal roboports, for fast run legs, for a whole bunch of stuff. If we go to, we can currently make a power armor, but a power armor is a 7 by 7. It's kind of in the middle. I almost want to jump straight to Power Armor Mark II. But it's a big research cost. It's a really big research cost, which is why I'm wondering whether I should. Because on top of that, we also need to research portable fusion reactors. Because those little solar panels, they ain't doing nothing good for us right now. Those little solar panels are useless. So the fact that those little solar panels are useless, we want one of these. One of these gives us, what is it? It's like 750 kilowatts of output compared to like 10 kilowatts of output that those little solar panels are. But it takes a lot more space. It takes up a 4x4 area by itself, which is why we can't really use it in our current gear, because we just can't fit it in there. But this itself is like a big 200 research. We almost should probably look at starting to power through to like actually making the rocket silo and start getting some rockets on the go, because this is a big expensive one. 2,000 gold science is needed to be able to learn how to make space science and to launch your rocket. Technically you can launch a rocket before you learn space science, but if you don't put a satellite in it, I don't think it technically counts as completing the game. But we need a few things first. We need the rocket fuel, we need to make some more modular stuff, and then we need this gold science to make rocket control units. That's a 300 science craft. That's relatively expensive as well. Maybe we should just like build what we need to build to start making and launching rockets, and then work on fancy stuff like bigger and better armor. But I want this dude. I want this Spidertron dude. He looks cool. I've not played with this dude yet. 2 portable fusion reactors, 4 exoskeletons, 2 radar. Jesus, you need a lot just to make it. Oh, and then this thing. Oh, it has its own equipment grid itself. Oh, cool. Has 4 rocket launchers. Oh, dudes, we need Spidertron. We need Spidertron. Right. Well, let's do we want to spend all of our blue chips on making ourselves better or making the factory better? It's a tough call, you know. Maybe we should step up. Maybe we shouldn't be too greedy. Let's think about it logically. Maybe we shouldn't be too greedy. Maybe a bit of a... We can steal a few processing units. That shouldn't be a problem. We need 40, don't we? There we go. There's a few processing units. Let's go yoink some electric engines. Oh, we haven't even got a storage of electric engines, actually, even. I need 20 of them. There's only 2 in there, because we haven't actually made these in large quantities anywhere else. Because this is currently the only place we've ever used them. Two, 4. It seemed to craft relatively quick. How many did I say we needed? Oh, we need 20 of them. Ouchist. Hey up, what's this? We're being swatted again somewhere. We need to go finish this wall, you know. We need to go take some I'm surprised these guys haven't been haven't come and said hi. There doesn't seem to be any bug bodies kicking about our wall, which is odd considering there's a couple of things so close to us. It's actually these ones that are causing us more of an annoyance. It might be time before too long as well to go and tap this iron ore. And I can categorically guarantee having just 2 feeds coming in. I mean, our smelting system is so bad right now. I can't even begin to tell you how bad our smelting system is. Soon as we turn on gold science, our whole factory is going to crunch to a halt very quickly. And we're then going to realise just how little resources we have coming into it. This is why I don't think that wasting like things like blue chips. It looks like we've got a lot of blue chips right now, but we've only got a lot of blue chips right now because the factory's not been researching anything for a while, and it's had the opportunity to kind of, you know, just sort of back up a little bit. Because we've been holding off for this to be made. Because there wasn't really a lot of stuff we wanted to actually research. I want the logistics network, the logistics system. This is probably one of the first ones I think I'll get. This gives us requester chests. Well, that's basically what we want. We want the requester chests. It means we can put a chest down and say that, right, this chest should always have X amount of stuff in it. And it just brings it to it. It feels a bit cheaty though. Super endgame, they're vital, but at this point it's just a bit cheaty. Worker robot speed 3 is probably one of the first ones we should get. Make our robots a bit faster. Pew pew turrets. Get our pew pew turrets on the go. I mean, alternatively, we could just go like full military. We could just go hardcore military and just dump everything. Oh wow, Spidertron takes 2,500 gold science to make. Damn, I didn't know that. That's really expensive. Ouch. Come on, robots, you not built this yet? Maybe 50 construction robots is not enough. Maybe we need to put a few more in the network. I mean, we should have some made here. Put 50 more to work. Hang on, I'm meant to be yoinking all of these electric engine units. I've got 10 of them now. No, give it me back. 11. Alright, we'll work on that in a minute. Standing waiting for one factory is just silly. Maybe we can start plugging this in, I reckon. So the output of these, or more importantly, we need to change the direction of this. So it goes the right way. I've just realised these aren't in the network, so they can't get built. They're going to require our robots to do it. And apparently even I've run out of them now. Do we not have a chemical plant kicking about? Where's the chemical plant then? There's a chemical plant. Let's get that built. Chemical plant. Transport belts the robots can do. Inserters and all of that sort of stuff the robots can do. Most part, I think it's looking pretty built. A few things missing here and there, but it's fine. So right, let's, what did I say? We were going to have low density structures on their own. Oh, now I don't have any transport belt. This is terrible. 74 of it is on its way to me. That's fine. I'll just hang fire for a second. Is it coming? Here it comes. Here's our supply. Oh no, our supply came and went straight away. It's because it's stealing all our transport belt to go make that stuff. That I didn't think about, did I? Oops. Let's just turn our robots off then. Give me the materials I need and then turn our robots off. No, actually. So like that. And this is going to come in through here. That. Someone else is going to go on this. Blues are going to go on there. Is it blue chips? It is. It's blue chips, isn't it? So now I'm just connecting the three pieces together, basically. And then these lot. Yeah. There we go. It's looking good. So now it's just a case of playing a little game of connect the dots. Connect everything up and we should be good. Oh, it's beautiful. It is so beautiful. So let's get steel in back here. Steel's in that one. Iron. Iron's going to come in here. Need a lot of undergrounds for this, I sense. Iron goes in there. Green chips need to come in here. Thanks, autosave. One there, one there, one there. Why is my belt immunity thing not working? Didn't I have a belt immunity thing on? Oh, I do, but it's got no power because our armor's crap. Ah, that'll be right. Okay. Batteries. Oh, let's hook up steel because that's easy. Yoink. Batteries. Batteries are coming a long way. Batteries, there we go. In they go. Jumpity, 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 jump. Batteries are in, so that's the end bit hooked in. This bit's going to be a little bit more complicated because it's both steel and... yeah, it's steel and... we can yoink that in there though first. Or actually, before we do that, maybe we don't want that exactly there. We're going to want steel to come here. No, we don't. Oh, this is awkward. This is too close to the bus. This is getting a bit awkward. Maybe we merge steel this way. And then plastic comes here like this. And then we go boing for copper. Okay, yeah, that works. That's fine. Now we just need to get plastic in here. It's already annoying me that it's all wiggly. This kind of has to be the way. Unless I underground that, but I don't want to. No, that's fine. Plastic then. Plastic, plastic, plastic. Plastic's here. The plastic's going in. Copper's going in. Now we need to repeat the process. We need another feed of plastic actually. With the steel and plastic, copper in there, or not. Like that works. So then we can run plastic here again. It's almost there, we're almost ready to turn it on. One more to go. That should just be blues in here. And then we should be good, you know. Assuming we'll do a double check, make sure the robots are finished making everything. That, you know, I think is it. I think that's everything hooked up. That should be all of the materials we need to switch this on. Obviously we need to power it. Let's not forget that we need some power. Oh no, we missed one. We missed one. We missed our fuel, our heavy oil. Bingo. Heavy oil. In you go. In you go. So with a touch of power, we should be ready to rock and roll. Give it a bit of a redundancy on the power. Okay, let's start from the back then. Let's start from the back. Let's go steel, iron. We're missing a belt here, look. This should now be, let's watch it go through. We got lubricant being made. Lubricant's going to come through for our electric engines. These two machines are tippy-tapping away. Put in both gear wheels and pipe on this belt, which has been sucked up by the engines. Engines are whirring away. Once the engines are finished whirring away, they should get put into the electric engines. The electric engines will start working once we start giving it some green circuits. There we go. Green dot on that one. Green dots are good. Let the greens work their way up. Let's see how far they get. Green dots all the way. Loving it. So electric engine units now. These puppies have got their greens. The electric engines are on the way. Batteries and steel. Batteries and steel. In they come. Let's start looking for some green dots. First green dot. All the materials are filtering through. The electric engines are coming through. These puppies take forever to make, so let's just check inserters. Inserters are looking good all of the way. With 3 of the 4 materials, just waiting on the electric engines now. There should, in theory, be enough electric engines being produced to keep all of these on all the time. Assuming the other materials are good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the electric engine for number 6. The thing is that they take some spares so that they have spares ready. So it takes a little time for it to work all the way through. But eventually, all of these, once these have got some spares built up, these should start working as well. As you can see, these electric engines are being ignored by these ones. Bingo, there's the next one on the go. So we're pretty safe in saying those are working nicely now. Now we need to turn on our low density structures. This one's a big one. There's the copper, there's the steel and the plastic for these puppies. In it goes. Whirring away. Let's do the same the other side. So that should we should get some green dots on the go all over the place here. And we got full green dot. We got full green dots on the robot frames. Let's give the materials a chance to work their way through on these. Oh, nice, robots are bringing me some materials. Good, good. Just checking that the transport belt is able to like sufficiently move enough materials, because 20 pieces of copper is a lot. Thinking about it, these last couple may not get the copper they need, because these transport belts only move 15 items of copper a second. Ah, no, because we've doubled it up, so there's 2 lines of copper coming through. So actually, it only needs 10, so all of these should work. There's only actually a requirement for 10 per second from each side. Looking for 2 more green dots at the top here, that's what we want. These have got some, there we go, 1 more green dot, let's go. All the green dots, lovely stuff. So, now, with some robot frames and some low density structures on the go here, we start feeding it with some blues, and we should be off to the races. This has then got the ability. Now I'm going to say it right now, we don't have the materials coming in right now to support the 1 per second, I don't think. It'll probably be blues that we'll run out of very quickly. The other things we might do okay on, but the blue chips will run out on very quickly. We've had a bunch of time to backlog them, which is why we've got some now. But blue chips are likely to run out very quickly. That will be our bottleneck, I imagine. But we have our first golden science, boys and girls. Yes, yes, yes. There it goes. Why is this one not doing anything? Come on, what do you need? You need 1 more low density structure. I want to see green dots all over the place. Everything needs a green dot. I mean, it probably will work. Oh dear, look at the copper. That's probably what, okay. We might not get a green dot on that one because look at the copper already, but sure, okay. Like I said, we're going to run out of materials, but gold is coming in. We then should be able to start seeing some gold filter through here. Let's pick a research, pick something that uses gold. Do we want something cheap though, mind? Worker robot speed 3. Get our robots moving a bit faster, why not? That seems like a sensible one. It's pretty cheap, pretty easy one to start with. We'll go with that one. We'll go with some faster robots. And we're off. We are off. That is officially all 6 of the main core sciences up and running. Woohoo! It's looking good. It's looking good. Now, this whole section is going to crunch to a halt very quickly now. Now is when we're going to realise that we just do not have enough materials. Namely, well, if we go back to our smelting setup now, you can see, oh my god, all our smelters are working full time and they're not even able to saturate the belts in any way, shape or form. Now it's time to hopefully say farewell to this copper ore patch, 10k to go. Once we can say farewell to that, we can double smelting in size, width-wise, and in height, whereas we've got we'll go double height, we'll go double width, so that will be enough to aid us. We've got good supply of materials coming in. We're just not using the materials right now. We don't have the ability to turn this iron and this iron and this copper into something useful, and we just can't do it quick enough. If we double this, we can also double steel, both sidewards and upwards. That will suck through a whole bunch of this extra iron ore. Now, for now, it doesn't look like steel is the issue, but it'll all balance itself out. So that's going to be for tomorrow, boys and girls. Tomorrow we will extend further into our smelting, I think, to try and utilise what we've got going on here. But our factory is looking pretty good now. Looking pretty good. We've got reds on the go. We doubled our reds today as well. We added blue chips to be able to support gold science. What else did we do? We finished our well, I say finished. We got our laser turrets down for our defense, external defense at the top. We need to probably replicate. Oh, look, we're getting bugs are being squished over here. We probably want to wall this bit off as well. And then look at doing something down here to protect against this. So that's maybe a list of to-dos for tomorrow. But for now, we have gold science, and that was the big achievement we wanted to get sorted in place today. Nicely ratioed to the point where as long as we don't touch it, if we can give it enough materials, this will do as our 1 per second that we were trying to achieve. Just joined the stream because I'm at work. Are you going to make a video on which professions are good now? As you said, the Lego crafting is pretty crap. What are your thoughts on the 2 best professions right now? Yeah, I'll look into doing some more like profession-based stuff. It's really difficult to say what are the 2 best professions, because each and all of the professions always have something that you can do with them. Arguably, legendaries is still probably, even though it's a lot more difficult to make as much gold as what you always were making with legendaries, I would still argue that as the professions stand, legendaries is still the best way of making gold with the professions. The best way of making gold, full stop, is still skinning. It still will be skinning for a long time. Even if heavy callous hide drops to 500 gold a piece, it will still be skinning. When you take the amount of gold that you can comfortably make and you add some risk factor to it, yeah, it's still going to be skinning. But that was predetermined when Blizzard decided that 5 or is it 6 classes all want their legendaries to come from one profession, which in turn requires all of its materials to come from another profession. It's just how it was going to be. But yeah. But anyway, boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there for today. Big shout out to all that joined us today and supported. It means a lot. We went through the weekly economy report. There wasn't a huge amount in it this week, but we got a good insight to how Blizzard deal with like real money trading behind the scenes, which was quite cool. And we got our factory in a nice little place. So before you leave today, boys and girls, remember to hit that like button if you haven't already. There's a whole bunch of you here that blatantly haven't hit the like button. But we'll be back tomorrow. What day is it tomorrow? Tuesday. Tuesday as normal. Yes. Cool. Enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. I'll see you in a bit. Peace.